Hello, everybody. My name is Eric D. Johnson, also known by BrightShine. I live right here in the city of Memphis, in the county, Sheriff, state of Tennessee. Today is early Sunday morning, April the 24th, 2022. The time 4:25 a.m. First, say thank to all my fans, my support for your continued encouragement. I want to continue to keep myself employed right here. This is Memphis Tri-State area. Continue to further my education, Monroe College Online. Continue to further my education, Monroe College Online. Continue to pursue my social media study, be administration, contract tomorrow. The present time, I took a break and going to school in the very near future. I'm going to go back to Monroe College Online, continue to pursue my social media study, be administration, contract tomorrow. Now, I'm going to go ahead and start my Facebook Live. Hello, everybody. My name is Eric D. Johnson, also known by BrightShine. Right here in the city of Memphis, in the county, Sheriff, state of Tennessee. Today is early Sunday morning, April the 24th, 2022. The time 4:26. Yeah, 4:26 a.m. First, I thank all my family, my support for your continued encouragement support. I'll continue to keep myself employed right in the Memphis Tri-State area. Continue to further my education, Monroe College Online. Continue to pursue my social media study, be administrative contract tomorrow. Present time, I took a break and going to school. In the very near future, I'm going to go back to Monroe College Online, and I'm going to continue to pursue my social media study, be administrative contract market. Now, what you see in front of you, anti-gang, anti-Gnostic, and anti-hazing. Also, Saint Irenaeus, the Bishop of Lyons, together with Saint Ignatius, the Bishop of Antioch. They wrote a 5-volume book titled Adversus Heresies, translated meaning against heresies. Also, Saint Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, in the year 367 AD, in his 39th festal letter, Easter letter, banned all non-Christian writing. That's what all that Gnostic theologian writing is non-Christian writing. That nag them out of the library, that's what that is. Non-Christian writing. And also, Saint Epiphanius of Salome, the Bishop of Cyprus, wrote a 3-volume book titled Panarian, Greek, Panarian, Latin, translated meaning bread basket. Scholars have also said that Saint Epiphanius of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus, 3-volume book is Adversus Heresies, against heresies. Excuse me. The Almighty Vice Lord, Four Corner Hustler, the Almighty Black Prince Stone, the Almighty Black Disciple Poppy, the Almighty Mickey Cobra Cracking, the Bluefin Black Disciple, the Black Disciple, the Lord Stone Disciple, the 7-Eleven G Killer. Now, who the so-called G, the so-called gangster? On the south side of Chicago, and as well as in some other locations in the state of Illinois and the surrounding states and some other locations. the so-called black gangster new breed, the gangster disciple, and then later on came this IGD, insane gangster disciple. And the history of the city of Chicago, the state of Illinois. The history of the city of Chicago, state of Illinois. Now, that's my dad, Chester Johnson Jr. He passed away in 2012. And that's my dad's little brother, Lemuel Johnson. You know, while I was incarcerated, he was murdered. And no, I don't take, no, hell no. I don't take it, no. And that's my mother, Annabelle Johnson. She's still alive, and continue to pray for my mother. I go see my mother every day. And, right now she got sick, but she's getting better. Excuse me. And when it comes to the history of the city of Chicago, see, my granddad, Chester Johnson Sr. from Mississippi, because my dad, Chester and Lemuel, were born right here in the city of Memphis. And my granddad and grandma, they both from Mississippi. They were living in Memphis and had Chester and Lemuel, but granddad, was living in Detroit, Michigan, worked at the Ford Motor Company, retired from the Ford Motor Company, lived in the city of Detroit till the day he passed away. And of course, my dad, Chester Johnson Jr., worked on the job for over 20 years, retired from the job, and up until and then lived right here in the same house till the day he passed away. And Lemuel, same thing, worked on the job for over 20 years, and was living over there in Boston, and retired from his job to the day he was murdered. And grandmama, she had a son over there in Arkansas, lived in the city of Chicago on Uncle Walt's, lived in the city of Chicago to the day he passed away. Grandmama had a daughter, lived in the city of Chicago to the day she passed away. Grandmama had a son who was living in Mississippi, lived in the state of Mississippi until the day he passed away. And grandmama had a son born in the city of Chicago, lived in the city of Chicago to the day he passed away. The history of the city of Chicago. And then, with all this esotericism, Western esotericism, see, rejected knowledge. See, that what they call rejected knowledge. The so-called scholars, they can't even give you a precise, they can't even give you an accurate definition or meaning of Western esotericism. Esotericism. Can't even pronounce it right or nothing. Just a bunch of made up lies. Rejected knowledge. See, that what the so-called scholars call it, rejected knowledge. It ain't nothing but lies. All lies. See, the people who was over there in Western Europe and Europe, all this, see all this stuff about East African slave trade and the West African slave trade, or the transatlantic slave trade. All of these Niger Congo people from sub-Saharan Africa in the East African slave trade, and also in the West African slave trade, or the transatlantic slave trade, and brought over here to the Caribbean, Mexico, Central America, South America, and then later on to North America, the United States of America, the 13 colonies, from the state of Maine all the way down to the state of Florida. See, this is important that you bring this. See, this is important. And the people who were living over there in Europe, mainly Western Europe, involved in the slave trade. But even before that, when you're talking about the Holy Roman Empire and all this nonsense with Martin Luther and his followers and his supporters, the Holy Roman Empire did not condone, did not tolerate his foolishness. It was a war. It was a war. And they did not win. Martin Luther and his followers and his supporters did not win. They were killed in the war. And a lot of them end up being refugees. And some of them end up over here. For example, the Huguenots. They end up getting killed over here. But still, behind all that, a lot of that Martin Luther mess came over here. And that's why a lot of this so-called Protestant mess is so predominant, so influential in this part of the world. And all that rejected knowledge. See, the Freemasons in the Order of the Eastern Star. See, they came over here with this foolishness. And even with all this so-called gang and gang plus stirring, mob plus stirring, all that, they came over here with all that foolishness, with all that damn lies. And after the Civil War, the Emancipation Proclamation, and all this stuff about the slavery and all this, see, and and then later on all the Jim Crow laws and all this. See, the Freemasons, they started all that Ku Klux Klan mess. At the end of the Civil War, some Confederate soldiers, officers, Confederate soldiers and officers, they started the Ku Klux Klan. That's who started the Ku Klux Klan. And all this stuff about the sorority, when it started with the fraternity, it was the Masons. The fraternity was started by the Masons. And then later on, the sorority, it was the Masons. See, all this talking, all this stupid Western esotericism, esotericism, whatever you want to call it, foolishness, it's all lies. All lies. Pythagoras called his inner circle of initiates his esoterics. Pythagoras called all those outside of his inner circle of initiates his exoterics. Aristotle called all those his closest confidants his esoterics. Aristotle called all those who came to his evening lectures his exoterics. Plato also used the designation esoterics and exoterics. It's all lies. All lies. There's no such thing as no making up no Western esotericism. Esotericism. No matter what you call it, it's all lies. It's all lies. Rejecting knowledge is all lies. It's all lies. That's all they doing, lying. That's what they're about, lying. And see, here in the United States of America, from the state of Maine all the way down to the state of Florida, and the state of Ohio is next door to the state of Pennsylvania, the sorority and the fraternity, the sohos and the frat bitches, that's who been going around lying. That's what they do. They were using that esotericism, Western esotericism, excuse me, to lie. To lie. That's all they about, lying. That's all they about, lying. And see, in the city of Chicago, in the state of Illinois as well, in the surrounding states and other parts, other locations in the United States of America, see, this is where all this stuff in Los Angeles, California, for example, the avenues, and then this little young guy named Ronald Washington, this little boy, started this stuff, talking about some the baby cribs and the so-called Crip gang, him and Tookie Williams, and well, you seen American Gangster on BET. You ain't gotta sit here and listen to me. Just go watch BET and go watch American Gangster. And now they got this stuff with these women on BET talking about they doing all this criminal stuff. But the Crip gang trying to wear blue and being the Blood gang was associated with the Crip gang. Then later on they broke out into a gang war. And then you got this Bloodstone villain wearing red, and then talking about some Limestone wearing green. Bunch of damn imitators. See, in the city of Chicago, in the state of Illinois as well as the surrounding states, see the history of the city of Chicago. See, you can't get away with lying. You don't get away with lying. See, you don't get away with trying to find answer. It's just like the nag on my library. See, you dumb, blind, deaf, and dumb, ignorant, don't know what you're talking about, trying to find any and everything that you could try to use to try to make it sound like you talking about something. All you doing is lying. That's all you doing is lying. You sitting around being lied to, and then you go around lying. That's all you've been doing. See, on the south side of Chicago, that's all the black gangster new breed, the gangster disciple, and the inside gang. All you doing is lying. All you is a bunch of lying bitches, bunch of cowards. You ain't no damn body, nobody. Just lying. That's all you about, lying. Then you had some people go out there in California try to do the same damn thing. Try to find any and everything they can use so they can just lie. That's all you about, lying. That's all you do is lie. And see, this what the so-called fraternity, the fat bitches and the sohos, the sorority, this what they do. They lie. Like I've been calling this saying over and over again, just like when I go to work. Irregardless whether it could be warehouse work or just employment on the job, working. The fat bitches and the sohos trying to wait you any person and persons come to their job at work, at your place of employment, and try to make it sound like you somebody to be worried about. Man, you ain't no damn body. You just as scared your damn self. You just a damn coward your damn self. That's all you is. A damn lying coward. That's all you is. Especially damn hoes. That's all you is. A bunch of damn lying bitch ass hoes. That's all you do is lie. You ain't nobody to be worried about. You ain't nobody to be scared of. You ain't nobody to be afraid of. You see, this is a serious thing. It's serious. See, this ain't no nothing to play with. This is serious. See, when you thought you got away, like you've been doing, like I've been saying over and over, see, you thought you got away. Over there on the East Coast of the United States of America, in the state of Ohio, see, you thought it was something funny. You thought it was something you had got away with. You walking around bragging like you had done something. No, you ain't did a damn thing but lie. And then you ain't finna never tell me that you call yourself trying to do something like that. No, you ain't finna say that to me. No, hell no. No, you ain't gonna say it to my face. I know that. Now see, like I said on my previous, and I'm gonna be, first of all, I know them damn police cars riding around. See, that's the first thing I always make sure. Every don't never forget. I see all them damn police cars, and when I'm driving around in the community, first thing I see them damn police cars. I see them police cars riding around. So no, you ain't finna say that to me. No, you ain't finna never say nothing like that to me. Coming, you thought you got away? No, hell no. Absolutely not. You ain't thought you got away with nothing. Not with every. No. No, I see them damn police cars riding around talking about some damn hoe trying to laugh. Like you got something to laugh. No, you ain't got nothing to laugh about. No, you ain't laughing at me. Huh. No. Because I see them police cars out there. When I'm riding around the community, first thing every looking around, them police cars. Police precinct in every neighborhood, every location, neighborhood and location. No, I see them police cars. No, you ain't gonna say nothing like that to me. That you going around. No, but I know. See, I intentionally did things in the past because I was making sure that the fraternity and the Soho that you don't never walk your ass around and think you smart. Weird. See, I wasn't gonna never let you lie. Because I already knew that what you was going to do. I knew what was going on. And then you going to try to lie? No. That's the reason why your ass ain't walking around trying to lie now. Because everyone gone. Everything, no. Like Bishop Bullwinkle say on the song, man, hell to the no. Everything gone, man. No. You ain't going to never say that to me. You may have thought. You thought. I know. I was watching you the whole time, like I've been telling you. I was watching you the whole time, and I'm still watching. Just like when you try to put people from the East Coast on the television, and the radio, when I listen to the radio, I be listening, and every be watching. See, you thought you had got away. You thought you was getting away. So no, you ain't gonna say that to me. No, because see, I know. But like I say, when I'm out there in the community, first thing I look at, I see them damn police cars. That's what I'm looking at. And like I say, that esotericism, that Western esotericism, esoterrorism, whatever the hell you call that stupid lie, you ain't doing them a line. They're rejecting knowledge. I know about it. Everyone know about it. And see, that's the reason why when I talk about current events, see, people all over the world, they see. When you point it out, when you put emphasis on it, when you see how these fraternities and these sororities, the frat bitch and the Sohos, they go outside the United States of America and over there in the United Kingdom with all this Freemasonry and the Order of the Eastern Star. See, and all this occult and all this other, and Santeria and all this other occult mess. See, it's all esotericism, Western esotericism, esotericism. You ain't doing them a line. People all over the world, they acknowledging and recognizing that they see. They see what you're doing. They see what you're doing. And it's not right. See, the Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Church, and the Orthodox Catholic Church, see, this is what's been causing a lot of issues. But the Roman Catholic Church and the Catholic churches and the Orthodox Catholic Church are continuing to dialogue and continue to work toward unity. Scripture and tradition. Scripture and tradition. You don't get away with lying. Irregardless of how long it takes, you don't get away with lying. People all over the world, they see Western esotericism, esotericism, all that stuff with prefixes and suffixes. They see it. And people are continuing to stand up against it. That's what everybody doing. Continue to stand up against Western esotericism, esotericism, whatever you call them damn lies. It's a lie. It's a lie. That's all you be doing, lying. You ain't no damn about it. Excuse me. That's all you be doing, lying. And so on the south side of Chicago, the state of Illinois, and the surrounding states and other locations, see, that's what they tried to do. The black gangster Lou Reed, the gangster disciple, and later on the insane gangster. See what that when they found that Nagamata library, that little farm boy in Nagamata, Egypt, he found it. He was out there playing, and he found the Nagamata library. Then he went and gave it to his father, told his father he had found what he had found, and he gave it to his father. His father didn't originally know what to do with it, but that's what happened. Later on, the scholars found out about it. And see, that's what you be trying to do. You try to go around lying. And see, all that Gnosticism and all that nonsense, all that Western, all it is homosexuals and lesbians. That's all you doing. It's just constantly going around with this homosexual and lesbians. That's all you doing. That's what it is. You be lying. You make up all these fictitious literature, and you just go around lying. Just a bunch of homosexuals and lesbians. That's all you. Then you got the nerve trying to be violent. You got the nerve trying to be violent. And so, like I said, people all over the world, they see it. For example, you see the war in Ukraine. People see, they see that all it is, man, is Western esotericism. You be lying. The sorority, the fraternity, fat bitch, Soho, going outside the United States of America, trying to look for some gullible and naive person or persons to make a fool out of. And as you can see, look at the Ukraine. To look at the Ukraine, you see, they found somebody. They found a gullible and naive person or persons to make a fool out of. And they're going to continue to look for some more. Now, this weekend is the Easter holiday for the Orthodox churches. And as you know, last weekend, the Roman Catholic Church had Easter, and then all these so-called Protestant churches and all this other denominational, non-denominational had Easter last weekend, last Sunday. But this Sunday, the Orthodox churches are having Easter this Sunday. This weekend been Easter. And also, Earth Day. Earth Day for people all over the world. Earth Day. But let me get my reading in. Now, you can go to BibleStudyTube.com. They have all available versions of the Holy Bible that includes with the Apocrypha. And they also have study guides and things. It's named BibleStudyTube.com. And then you can also go to Bible Gateway, BibleGateway.com. And they have all available versions and all available versions of the Holy Bible that have the Apocrypha and the study guides as well. So I'm going to go to BibleGateway.com. And right here in the city of Memphis in the state of Tennessee, County Sheriff, the temperature today, let me see, 69 degrees Fahrenheit, partly cloudy. Reading the Bible, available versions. Okay, English, available version English with Apocrypha, Common English Bible, Apocrypha, Dewey Rings, 1899 American Edition, Apocrypha. The Good News Translation, usually that's why I go to the Good News Translation, has the Apocrypha. Now you have the New Revised Standard Version and the New Revised Standard Version Anglicized. They both have the Apocrypha. And the Revised Standard Version also has the Apocrypha, and the Wycliffe Bible has the Apocrypha. So let me go back up here to the Good News Translation. Now, I was looking at the chapters. So I'm going to start my reading today with Sirach, the wisdom of Sirach. And chapter 1 is the forward, and then I'm also reading chapter 2. And like last week I read Baruch, chapters 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So now Sirach, the wisdom of Sirach, first chapter or forward, and it reads: the law, the prophets, and the latter writers have left us a wealth of valuable teachings, and we should praise Israel for the instruction and wisdom they provide. But it is not enough that those who read them should gain understanding for themselves. Anyone who values learning should be able to help others by what he himself says and writes. That is why my grandfather Jesus devoted himself to reading the law, the prophets, and the other books of our ancestors. After he had mastered them, he was led to write a book of his own in order to share his wisdom and learning with others, so that anyone who shared his love for learning should have his book available as well, and be all the more able to live according to the law. Let me urge you then to read this book carefully and with an open mind, and please be patient in those places where, in spite of all my diligent efforts, I may not have translated some phrases very well. What was originally written in Hebrew does not always have exactly the same sense when it is translated to another language. That is true not only of this book, but even of the law itself, the prophets, and the other books. The translations differ quite a bit from the original. I came to Egypt in the 38th year of King Ergetes' reign and stayed for some time. While I was there, I had the opportunity for a good deal of study and felt the necessity of translating the following book. I wanted to use all my diligence and skill to complete it and make it available for all those living in foreign lands who wish to learn and who have the strength of character to live by the law of Moses. Now, in praise of wisdom, 1 verse 1, all wisdom comes from the Lord, and wisdom is with him forever. Who can count raindrops or the sand along the shore? Who can count the days of eternity? How high is the sky? How wide is the earth? How deep is the ocean? How profound is wisdom? Can anyone find answer to these questions? Wisdom was created before anything else. Understanding has always existed. Has anyone ever been shown where wisdom originates? Does anyone understand her subtle cleverness? There is only one who is wise, and we must stand in awe before his throne. The Lord himself created wisdom. He saw her and recognized her value, and so he filled everything he made with wisdom. He gave some measure of wisdom to everyone, but poured her out on those who love him. If you fear the Lord, honor and pride will be yours. You will be crowned with happiness and joy. To honor the Lord is a heartfelt delight. It will give you a long and happy life, and at the end of your days, all will go well for you. God will bless you on the day of your death. To fear the Lord is the first step to wisdom. Wisdom is given to the faithful in her mother's wombs. She has lived with us from ancient times, and generations to come will rely on her. To fear the Lord is wisdom in her fullest. She satisfies us completely with her gifts and fills our homes and our barns with all that our hearts can desire. To fear the Lord is the flower of wisdom that blossoms with peace and good health. She sends knowledge and understanding like the rain and increases the honor of those who receive her. To fear the Lord is the root of wisdom. Her branches are long life. Now, verses 22 through 24, title, Self-Control. There is no excuse for unjustified anger. It can bring about your downfall. Wait and be patient, and later you will be glad you did. Keep quiet until the right time to speak, and you will gain a reputation for good sense. Now verses 25 through, was that 30? Yeah, 30. titled Wisdom and Reverence for God. Wisdom has a treasury of wise sayings, but sinners have nothing but contempt for godliness. If you want to be wise, keep the Lord's commands, and He will give you wisdom in abundance. Fearing the Lord is wisdom and an education in itself. He is pleased by loyalty and humility. Be faithful in the practice of your religion. When you worship the Lord, do it with all your heart. Be careful about what you say, and don't be a hypocrite. Don't be arrogant. You may suffer a fall and be disgraced. The Lord will reveal your secrets and humble you in front of everyone in the synagogue, because you did not come there with reverence for the Lord, but with a heart full of hypocrisy. So I just read this chapter 1, Sirach. So I'm going to click over to chapter 2, verses 1 through 18, titled Faithfulness to God. And it reads, My child, if you are going to serve the Lord, be prepared for time when you will be put to the test. Be sincere and determined. Keep calm when trouble comes. Stay with the Lord. Never abandon Him, and you will be prosperous at the end of your days. Accept whatever happens to you, even if you suffer humiliation, be patient. God is tested by fire, and human character is tested in the furnace of humiliation. Trust the Lord, and He will help you. Walk straight in His ways, and put your hope in Him. All you that fear the Lord, wait for Him to show you His mercy. Do not turn away from Him, or you will fall. All you that fear the Lord, trust Him, and you will certainly be rewarded. All you that fear the Lord, look forward to His blessings of mercy and eternal happiness. Think back to the ancient generations and consider this. Has the Lord ever disappointed anyone who put his hope in Him? Has the Lord ever abandoned anyone who held Him in constant reverence? Has the Lord ever ignored anyone who prayed to Him? The Lord is kind and merciful. He forgives our sins and keeps us safe in time of trouble. But those who lose their nerve are doomed. All those sinners who try to have it both ways, doom is sure to come for those who lose their courage. They have no faith, and so they will have no protection. Doom is sure to come for those who lose their hope. What will they do when the Lord comes to judge them? Those who fear the Lord do not disobey His commands. Those who love Him will live as He wants them to live. Those who fear and love the Lord will try to please Him and devote themselves to the law. Those who fear the Lord are always ready to serve Him. They humble themselves before Him and say, We place our destiny in the hands of the Lord, not in human hands, because His mercy is as great as His majesty. So that was chapter 2 of Sirach, verses 1 through 18. And the title of chapter 2 is Faithfulness to God. Now, go to the website, www.earlychristianwritings.com. And when you go there, click Church Fathers. And I did my reading last week, and verses have races. And so last week, last time I read book 1, chapter 10, verse 3. Book 2, chapter 13, verses 6 through 10. Book 3, chapter 12, verses 10 through 12. Book 4, chapter 12, verses 4 through 5. And book 5, chapter 12, verses 5 through 6. So I'm starting my reading of book 1, Adversity and Heresies Against Heresies. Let me click over here to St. Irenaeus of Lyons, Bishop of Lyons. And scroll down to chapter 10. Okay, so since I read chapter 10, verse 3, that was the last verse. There was only 3 verses. So, chapter 11. Chapter 11. In chapter 11, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 verses. So, verse 1 kind of long, but 2 and 3 is short. So, I'm going to read 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, 3. Verses 1, 2, and 3. In chapter 11 is titled, The Opinions of Valentinus with Those of His Disciples and Others. Verse number 1. Let us now look at the inconsistent opinions of those heretics. For there are some 2 or 3 of them, how they do not agree in treating the same points, but alike in things and names set forth opinions mutually discordant. The first of them, Valentinus, who adapted the principles of the heresy called Gnostic to the peculiar character of his own school, taught as follows. He maintained that there is a certain dyad, twofold being, who is inexpressible by any name, of whom one part should be called Arhetus, unspeakable, and the other silence. But of this dyad a second was produced, one part of whom he names Pater, and the other Aletheia. From this tetrad again arose Logos and Zoe, Anthropos and Ecclesia. These constitute the primary Odode. He next states that from Logos and Zoe 10 powers were produced, as we have before mentioned. But from Anthropos and Ecclesia proceeded 12, one of which separating from the rest and falling from its original condition produced the rest of the universe. He also supposed 2 beings of the name of Horos, the one of whom has his place between Bythus and the rest of the Pleroma, and divides the created eons from the uncreated Father, while the other separates their mother from the Pleroma. Christ also was not produced from the eons within the Pleroma, but was brought forth by the mother who had been excluded from it in virtue of her remembrance of better things, but not without a kind of shadow. He indeed, as being masculine, having served the shadow from himself, returned to the Pleroma, but his mother, being left with the shadow and deprived of her spiritual substance, brought forth another son, namely the Demiurge, whom he also styled the supreme ruler of all those things which are subject to him. He also asserts that, along with the Demiurge, there was produced a left-hand power in which particular he agrees with those falsely called Gnostics, of whom to we have yet to speak. Sometimes again he maintained that Jesus was produced from him who was separated from their mother and united to the rest, that is, from Talitha, sometimes as springing from him who returned into the Paroma, that is, from Christ, and at other times still as derived from Anthropos and Ecclesia. And he declared that the Holy Spirit was produced by Aletheia for the inspection and fructification of the eons by entering invisibly into them, and that in this way the eons brought forth the plants of truth. Verse number 2. Secundus again affirms that the primary Ogdo consists of a right hand and a left hand tetrad, and teaches that the one of these is called light and the other darkness. But he maintained that the power which separated from the rest and fell away did not proceed directly from the 30 eons, but from their fruits. Verse number 3. There is another who is a renowned teacher among them, and who, struggling to reach something more sublime and to attain to a kind of higher knowledge, has explained the primary tetrad as follows. There is, he says, a certain proarch who existed before all things, surpassing all thought, speech, and nomenclature, whom I call monotes, unity. Together with this monotes there exists a power, which again I term henotes, oneness. This henotes and monotes, what's it? Okay, I say monotes. I'll say henotes and monotes, being one, produced, yet not so as to bring forth apart from themselves as an emanation, the beginning of all things, an intelligent, unbegotten, and invisible being, which beginning language terms monad. With this monad there coexists a power of the same essence, which again I term hen, one. These powers then, monotes and henotes and monads and hen, produce the remaining company of the eons. So I just read verses 1, 2, and 3, chapter 11, titled The Opinions of Valentinus with Those of His Disciples and Others. Let me scroll back up. And I just read book number 1 at Verses at Races Against Heresies. So let me click to book number 2. Now book number 2, last time I read chapter 13. So let me scroll. Chapter 13. Verses 6 through 10. Okay, so I read verses 6 through 10. So we're on chapter 14. Okay. In chapter 14, the 9 verses. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. We see 1, 2, 3, 4. They not long. 6, 7, 8, 9. Tell you what. I'm gonna read the first 5. Verses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And chapter 14 is titled, Valentinus and his followers derived the principles of their system from the heathen. The names only are changed. And it reads verse number 1. Much more like the truth and more pleasing is the account which Antiphanes, one of the ancient comic poets, given in his Theogony as to the origin of all things. For he speaks chaos as being produced from night and silence, relates that then love sprang from chaos and night, from this again light, and that from this, in his opinion, were derived all the rest of the first generation of the gods. After these, he next introduces a second generation of gods and the creation of the world. Then he narrates the formation of mankind by the second order of the gods. These men, the heretics, adopting this fable as their own, have arranged their opinions around it as if by a sort of natural process, changing only the names of the things referred to and setting forth the very same beginning of the generation of all things and their production. In place of night and silence, they substitute Bythus and sight instead of chaos. They put nous, and for love, by whom, saith the coming poet, all other things were set in order. They have brought forward the word, while for the primary and greatest gods, they have formed the eons, and in place of the secondary gods, they tell us of their creation by their mother, which is outside of the Paroma. Calling it the second Odo, they proclaim to us, like the writer referred to, that from this Odo came the creation of the world and the formation of man, maintaining that they alone are acquainted with these ineffable and unknown mysteries. Those things which are everywhere acted in the theaters by comedians with the clearest voices they transfer to their own system, teaching them undoubtedly through means of the same arguments and merely changing the names. Verse number 2. And not only are they convicted of bringing forward as if their own original ideas those things which are to be found among the comic poets, but they also bring together the things which have been said by all those who were ignorant of God, and who are termed philosophers, and sewn together as it were a motley garment out of a heap of miserable rags. They have by their subtle manner of expression furnished themselves with a cloak which is really not their own. They do, it is true, introduce a new kind of doctrine, inasmuch as by a new sort of art it has been substituted for the old. Yet it is in reality both old and useless, since these very opinions have been sewed together out of ancient dogmas, redolent of ignorance and irreligion. For instance, Thales of Miletus affirmed that water was the generative and initial principle of all things. Now it is just the same thing whether we say water or Bythus. The poet Homer again held the opinion that Oceanus, along with Mother Tethys, was the origin of the gods. This idea these men have transferred to Bythus and Sight. Anaximander laid it down that infinitude is the first principle of all things, having similarly in itself the generation of them all. And from this he declares the immense worlds which exist were formed this too. They have dressed up anew and referred to Bythus and their eons. Anaxagoras, again, who has also been surnamed atheist, gave it as his opinion that animals were formed from seeds falling down from heaven upon earth. This thought too these men have transferred to the seed of their mother, which they maintain to be themselves, thus acknowledge at once in the judgment of such as are possessed of sense that they themselves are the offspring of the irreligious Anaxagoras. Verse number 3. Again, adopting the ideas of shade and vacuity for Democritus and Epicurus, they have fitted these to their own views, following upon those teachers who had already talked a great deal about a vacuum and atoms, the one of which they call that which is, and the other that which is not. In like manner, these men call those things which are within the Paroma real existences, just as those philosophers did to atoms. while they maintain that those which are without the pleroma have no true existence, even as those did respecting the vacuum. They have thus banished themselves in this world, since they are here outside of the pleroma, into a place which has no existence. Again, when they maintain that these things below are images of those which have a true existence above, they again most manifestly rehearse the doctrine of Democritus and Plato. For Democritus was the first who maintained that numerous and diverse figures were stamped, as it were, with the forms of things above, and descended from universal space into this world. But Plato, for his part, speaks of matter and exemplar and God. These men, following those distinctions, have styled what he calls ideas and exemplar, the images of those things which are above, while, through a mere change of name, they boast themselves as being discoverers and contrivers of this kind of imaginary fiction. Verse number 4. This opinion too, that they hold the Creator formed the world out of previously existing matter, both Anaxagoras, Empedocles, and Plato expressed before them, as forsooth we learn they also do under the inspiration of their mother. Then again, as to the opinion that everything of necessity passes away to those things out of which they maintain it was also formed, and that God is the slave of this necessity, so that he cannot impart immortality to what is mortal, or bestow incorruption on what is incorruptible, but everyone passing into a substance similar in nature to itself, both those who are named Stoics, from the portico, Stoa, and indeed all that are ignorant of God, poets and historians alike, make the same affirmation. Those heretics who hold the same system of infidelity have ascribed, no doubt, their own proper region to spiritual beings, that namely which is within the pleroma, but to animal beings the intermediate space, while to corporeal they assign that which is material, and they assert that God himself can do no otherwise, but that every one of the different kinds of substance mentioned passes away to those things which are of the same nature with itself. Verse number 5. Moreover, to their saying that the Savior was formed out of all the eons, but every one of them depositing, so to speak, in him his own special flower, they bring forward nothing new that may not be found in the Pandora of Hesiod. For what he says respecting her, these men insinuate concerning the Savior, bringing him before us as Pandoros, all gifted, as if each of the eons had bestowed on him what he possessed in the greatest perfection. Again, their opinion as to the indifference of eating of meats and other actions, and as to their thinking that from the nobility of their nature they can in no degree at all contract pollution. Whatever they eat or perform, they have derived it from the Cynics, since they do in fact belong to the same society as do these philosophers. They also strive to transfer to the treatment of matters of faith that hair splitting and so the mode of handling questions, which is in fact a copying of Aristotle. So I just read verses 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 from chapter 14 titled Valentinus and his followers derived the principles of their system from the heathen. The names only are changed. And that's book number 2 at Versus Heresies Against Heresies. So let me click to book number 3. Book number 3, last week I read chapter 12 verses 4 and 5. So let me scroll down. 12. Verse 4 and 5. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. I'm reading the wrong one. No, book number 3. Last week I read book number 3, chapter 12, verses 10, 11, and 12. Right. So, book number 3. Book number 3. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. 12. So 13, 14, and 15. Right. 13, 14, and 15. Now, chapter 12 is titled Doctrine of the Rest of the Apostles. Chapter 12 is titled Doctrine of the Rest of the Apostles. So, like I said, I read verses 10, 11, and 12. So, I'm going to finish it off with 13, 14, and 15. Verse 13, and it reads, But that both the apostles and their disciples thus taught as the church preaches, and thus teaching were perfected. Wherefore also they were called away to that which is perfect. Stephen, teaching these truths, when he was yet on earth, saw the glory of God, and Jesus on his right hand, and exclaimed, Behold, I see the heavens open, and the Son of Man standing on the right hand of God. These words he said, and was stoned, and thus did he fulfill the perfect doctrine, copying in every respect the leader of martyrdom, and praying for those who were slaying him in these words, Lord, lay not this sin to their charge. Thus were they perfected who knew one and the same God, who from beginning to end was present with mankind in the various dispensations. As the prophet Hosea declares, I have filled up visions and used similitudes by the hands of the prophets. Those therefore who delivered up their souls to death for Christ's gospel, how could they have spoken to men in accordance with old established opinion? If this had been the course adopted by them, they should not have suffered. But inasmuch as they did preach things contrary to those persons who did not ascend to the truth, for that reason they suffered. It is evident, therefore, that they did not relinquish the truth, but with all boldness preached to the Jews and the Greeks. To the Jews, indeed, they proclaimed that the Jesus who was crucified by them was the Son of God, the judge of quick and dead, and that he has received from his Father an eternal kingdom in Israel, as I have pointed out. But to the Greeks they preach one God, who made all things, and Jesus Christ his Son. Verse 14. This is shown in a still clearer light from the letter of the apostles, which they forward neither to the Jews nor to the Greeks, but to those who from the Gentiles believed in Christ, confirming their faith. For when certain men had come down from Judea to Antioch, where also first of all the Lord's disciples were called Christians, because of their faith in Christ, and sought to persuade those who had believed on the Lord to be circumcised and to perform other things after the observance of the law. And when Paul and Barnabas had gone up to Jerusalem to the apostles on account of this question, and the whole church had convened together, Peter thus addressed them, Men, brethren, ye know how that from the days of old God made choice among you, that the Gentiles by my mouth shall hear the word of the gospel, and believe. And God, the searcher of the heart, bear them witness, giving them the Holy Ghost, even as to us, and put no difference between us and them, purifying their hearts by faith. Now therefore, why tempt ye God to impose a yoke upon the neck of the disciples, which neither our fathers nor we were able to bear? But we believe that through the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, we are to be saved, even as they. After him, James spoke as follows: Men, brethren, Simon have declared how God did purpose to take from among the Gentiles a people for his name. And thus do the words of the prophets agree, as it is written, After this I will return, and will build again the tabernacle of David, which is fallen down, and I will build the ruins thereof, and I will set it up, that the residue of men may seek after the Lord, and all the Gentiles among whom my name has been invoked, saith the Lord. Doing these things known from eternity is his work to God. Wherefore I, for my part, give judgment, that we trouble not them who from among the Gentiles are turned to God, but that it be enjoined them that they do abstain from the vanities of idols, and from fornication, and from blood, and whatsoever they wish not to be done to themselves, let them not do to others. And when these things had been said, and all had given their consent, they wrote to them after this manner: the apostles, and the presbyters, and the brethren, unto those brethren from among the Gentiles who are in Antioch, and Syria, and Cilicia, greeting. For as much as we have heard that certain persons going out from us have troubled you with words, subverting your souls, saying, Ye must be circumcised, and keep the law, to whom we gave no such commandment. It seemed good unto us, being assembled with one accord, to send chosen men unto you, with our beloved Barnabas and Paul, men who have delivered up their soul for the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. We have sent therefore Judas and Silas, that they may declare our opinion by word of mouth. For it seemed good to the Holy Ghost and to us to lay upon you no greater burden than these necessary things, that ye abstain from meats offered to idols, and from blood, and from fornication, and whatsoever ye do not wish to be done to you, do not ye to others. From which preserving yourselves ye shall do well, walking in the Holy Spirit. From all these passages, then it is evident that they did not teach the existence of another Father, but gave the new covenant of liberty to those who had lately believed in God by the Holy Spirit. But they clearly indicated from the nature of the point debated by them as to whether or not it was still necessary to circumcise the disciples, that they had no idea of another God. Now, verse 15. Neither in that case would they have had such a tenor with regard to the first covenant, as not even to have been willing to eat with the Gentiles. For even Peter, although he had been sent to instruct them, and had been constrained by a vision to that effect, spake nevertheless with not a little hesitation, saying to them, Ye know how it is an unlawful thing for a man that is a Jew to keep company with, or to come unto one of another nation. But God has shown me that I should not call any man common or unclean. Therefore came I without gainsaying, indicating by these words that he would not have come to them unless he had been commanded. Neither for a like reason would he have given them baptism so readily, had he not heard them prophesying when the Holy Ghost rested upon them. And therefore did he exclaim, Can any man forbid water, that these should not be baptized, who have received the Holy Ghost as well as we? He persuaded at the same time those that were with him, and pointed out that unless the Holy Ghost had rested upon them, there might have been one who would have raised objections to their baptism. And the apostles who were with James allowed the Gentiles to act freely, yielding us up to the Spirit of God. But they themselves, while knowing the same God, continued in the ancient observances, so that even Peter, fearing also lest he might incur their reproof, although formerly eating with the Gentiles, because of the vision and of the Spirit who had rested upon them, yet when certain persons came from James, withdrew himself and did not eat with them. And Paul said that Barnabas likewise did the same thing. Thus did the apostles, whom the Lord made witnesses of every action and of every doctrine. For upon all occasions do we find Peter and James and John present with him, scrupulously act according to the dispensation of the Mosaic law, showing that it was from one and the same God, which they certainly never would have done, as I have already said. And if they had learned from the Lord that there existed another Father besides him who appointed the dispensation of the law. So I just read verses 13, 14, and 15 from chapter 12. Chapter 12 titled Doctrine of the Rest of the Apostles. And I just read from book number 3 at verses that raise against heresies. So let me scroll. Let me click to book number 4. And verses that raise against heresies. Now last week I read book number 4, chapter 12, verses 4 and 5. So let me scroll down. Okay, so that was the end of that chapter. So chapter 13. Okay, it's 4 verses, so I'm going to read verses 1 and 2. Chapter 13. Verses 1 and 2. 4 verses. And chapter 13 is titled, Christ did not abrogate the natural precepts of the law, but rather fulfilled and extended them. He removed the yoke and bondage of the old law, so that mankind, being not set free, might serve God with that trustful piety which becometh sons. Verse number 1. And that the Lord did not abrogate the natural precepts of the law, by which man is justified, which also those who were justified by faith, and who pleased God, did observe previous to the giving of the law, but that he extended and fulfilled them, is shown from his words. For, he remarks, it has been said to them of old times, do not commit adultery. But I say unto you, that everyone who hath looked upon a woman to lust after her, hath committed adultery with her already in his heart. And again, it has been said, thou shalt not kill. But I say unto you, everyone who is angry with his brother without a cause shall be in danger of the judgment. And it hath been said, thou shalt not forswear thyself. But I say unto you, swear not at all, but let your conversation be yea, yea, and nay, nay, and other statements of a like nature. For all these do not contain or imply in opposition to and an overturning of the precepts of the past, as Marcion's followers do strenuously maintain, but they exhibit a fulfilling and an extension of them, as he does himself declare, Useless, your righteousness shall exceed that of the scribes and Pharisees. You shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven. For what meant the excess referred to? In the first place, we must believe not only in the Father, but also in his Son, now revealed. For it is who leads man into fellowship and unity with God. In the next place, we must not only say, but we must do. For they said, but did not. And we must not only abstain from evil deeds, but even from the desires after them. Now, he did not teach us these things as being opposed to the law, but as fulfilling the law and implanting in us the very righteousness of the law. That would have been contrary to the law if he had commanded his disciples to do anything which the law had prohibited. But this which he did command, namely not only to abstain from things forbidden by the law, but even from longing after them, is not contrary to the law, as I have remarked. Neither is it the utterance of one destroying the law, but of one fulfilling, extending, and affording greater scope to it. Now, verse number 2. For the law, since it was laid down for those in bondage, used to instruct the soul by means of those corporeal objects which were of an external nature, drawing it as by a bond to obey its commandments, that man might learn to serve God. But the word set free the soul, and taught that through it the body should be willingly purified. Which having been accomplished, it followed as of course that the bonds of slavery should be removed, to which man had now become accustomed, and that he should follow God without fetters. Moreover, that the laws of liberty should be extended in subjection to the king increase, so that no one who is convened should appear unworthy to him who set him free, but that the piety and obedience due to the master of the household should be equally rendered both by servants and children, while the children possess greater confidence than the servants, inasmuch as the working of liberty is greater and more glorious than that obedience which is rendered in a state of slavery. So I just read verses 1 and 2 from chapter 13, titled, Christ did not abrogate the natural precepts of the law, but rather fulfilled and extended them. He removed the yoke and bondage of the old law, so that mankind, being now set free, might serve God with that trustful piety which becometh sons. So that was book number 4, and verses that races against heresies. So let me click for book number 5. Book number 5. I read chapter 12, verses 5 and 6. So let me scroll down to chapter 12. Okay, 5 and 6. That was the end of that chapter. So chapter 13. Chapter 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 5 verses. I'll read verses 1, 2, and 3. And chapter 13 is titled, In the dead who were raised by Christ, we possess the highest proof of the resurrection, and our hearts are shown to be capable of life eternal, because they can now receive the Spirit of God. So like I said, I'm going to read verses 1, 2, and 3. And it reads, verse number 1. Let our opponents, that is, they who speak against their own salvation, inform us as to this point. The deceased daughter of the high priest, the widow's dead son, who was being carted out to burial near the gate of the city, and Lazarus, who had lain 4 days in the tomb. In what bodies did they rise again? In those same, no doubt, in which they had also died. For if it were not in the very same, then certainly those same individuals who had died did not rise again. For the scripture said, the Lord took the hand of the dead man and said to him, Young man, I say unto thee, arise. And the dead man sat up, and he commanded that something should be given him to eat. And he delivered him to his mother. Again, he called Lazarus with a loud voice, saying, Lazarus, come forth. And he that was dead came forth bound with bandages, feet and hands. This was symbolical of that man who had been bound in sins. And therefore the Lord said, Loose him and let him depart. As therefore those who were healed were made whole in those members which had in times past been afflicted. And the dead rose in the identical bodies, their limbs and bodies receiving health, and their life which was granted by the Lord, who prefigures eternal things by temporal, and showed that it is he who is himself able to extend both healing and life to his handiwork, that his words concerning his future resurrection may also be believed. So also at the end, when the Lord utters his voice by the last trumpet, the dead shall be raised. As he himself declared, the hour shall come in which all the dead which are in the tomb shall hear the voice of the Son of Man, and shall come forth. Those that have done good to the resurrection of life, and those that have done evil to the resurrection of judgment. Verse number 2. Vain, therefore, and truly miserable are those who do not choose to see what is so manifest and clear, but shun the light of truth, blinding themselves like the tragic Oedipus, and as those who are not practicing wrestling when they contend with others, laying hold with a determined grasp of some part of their opponent's body, really fall by means of that which they grasp, yet when they fall, imagine that they are gaining the victory, because they had obstinately kept their hold upon that part which they seized at the outset, and besides falling become subjects of ridicule. So is it with respect to that favorite expression of the heretics. Flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God. While taking two expressions of Paul's without having perceived the apostle's meaning or examined critically the force of the terms, but keeping fast hold of the mere expression by themselves, they die in consequence of their influence, peri, ote, and exult, overturning as far as in them lies the entire dispensation of God. Verse number 3. For thus they will allege that this passage refers to the flesh strictly so called, and not to fleshly works, as I have pointed out, so representing the apostle as contradicting himself. For immediately following in the same epistle he says conclusively, speaking thus in reference to the flesh, for this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. So when this mortal shall have put on immortality, then shall be brought to pass the saying which is written, Death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is thy sting? O death, where is thy victory? Now these words shall be appropriately said at the time when this mortal and corruptible flesh, which is subject to death, which also is pressed down by a certain dominion of death, rising up into life, shall put on incorruption and immortality. For then indeed shall death be truly vanquished, when their flesh, which is held down by it, shall go forth from under its dominion. And again to the Philippians he says, but our conversation is in heaven, from whence also we look for the Savior, the Lord Jesus, who shall transfigure the body of our humiliation conformable to the body of his glory, even as he is able, according to the working of his power. What then is this body of humiliation, which the Lord shall transfigure, so as to be conformed to the body of his glory? Plainly it is this body composed of flesh, which is indeed humble when it falls into the earth. Now its transformation takes place thus, that while it is mortal and corruptible, it becomes immortal and incorruptible, not after its own proper substance, but after the mighty working of the Lord, who is able to invest the mortal with immortality and the corruptible with incorruption. And therefore he says that mortality may be swallowed up of life. He who has perfected us for this very thing is God, who also has given unto us the earnest of the Spirit. He uses these words most manifestly in reference to the flesh, for the soul is not mortal, neither is the spirit. Now, what is mortal shall be swallowed up of life, when the flesh is dead no longer, but remains living and incorruptible. Hymning the praises of God, who has perfected us for this very thing, in order therefore that we may be perfected for this. Aptly does he say to the Corinthians, glorify God in your body. Now God is he who gives rise to the immortality. So I just read verses 1, 2, and 3 from chapter 13. Title: In the dead who were raised by Christ, we possess the highest proof of the resurrection, and our hearts are shown to be capable of life eternal, because they can now receive the Spirit of God. And I just read from book number 5, Adversaries and Heresies Against Heresies. Now I'm still in the same website, and I'm going to click over back to Church Fathers, and I'm going to click over to 1 Clement. So let's see. Okay, First Clement to Rome, first epistle, letter of Clement to the Corinthians. I read chapters 4, 5, and 6. 4, 5, and 6. So I'm going to read chapters 7, 8, and 9. And I think it's very appropriate to give you a little background on First Clement. Now I clicked over the Wikipedia, just gonna give you a little background. Pope Clement the First. Also known as Saint Clement of Rome, is listed by Irenaeus and Tertullian as the Bishop of Rome, holding office from 88 AD to his death in 99 AD. He is considered to be the first apostolic father of the church, one of the three chief ones, together with Polycarp and Ignatius of Antioch. Few details are known about Clement's life. Clement was said to have been consecrated by Peter the Apostle, and he is known to have been a leading member of the church in Rome in the late 1st century. Early church lists place him as the second or third bishop of Rome after Peter. The Liber Pontificalis states that Clement died in Greece in the 3rd year of Emperor Trajan's reign, or 101 AD. Clement's only genuine stamp writing is his letter to the church at Corinth, 1 Clement, in response to a dispute in which certain presbyters of the Corinthian church had been disposed. He asserted the authority of the presbyters as rulers of the church on the ground that the apostles had appointed such. His letter, which is one of the oldest extant Christian documents outside the New Testament, were read in church along with other epistles, some of which later became part of the Christian canon. These works were the first to affirm the apostolic authority of the clergy. A second epistle, 2 Clement, was once controversially attributed to Clement, although recent scholarship suggests it to be a homily by another author. In the legendary Clementine literature, Clement is an intermediary through whom the apostles teach the church. According to tradition, Clement was in prison under the Emperor Trajan. During this time, he is recorded to have led a ministry among fellow prisoners. Thereafter, he was executed by being tied to an anchor and thrown into the sea. Clement is recognized as a saint in many Christian churches and is considered a patron saint of mariners. He is commemorated on 23rd November in the Catholic Church, the Anglican Communion, and the Lutheran Church and Eastern Orthodox Christianity. His feast is kept on 24 or 25 November. So I'll give you a little background on First Clement. Now let me click back over. And like I said, I'm the letter of Clement to the Corinthians in chapter 7, 8, and 9. Chapter 7. An exhortation to repentance. These things, beloved, we write to you, not merely to admonish you of your duty, but also to remind ourselves, for we are struggling in the same arena, and the same conflict is assigned to both of us. So let us give up vain and fruitless cares and approach to the glorious and venerable rule of our holy calling. Let us attend to what is good, pleasing, and acceptable in the sight of him who formed us. Let us look steadfastly to the blood of Christ and see how precious that blood is to God, which, having been shed for our salvation, has set the grace of repentance before the whole world. Let us turn to every age that has passed and learn that from generation to generation the Lord has granted a place of repentance to all who will be converted to him. Noah preached repentance, and as many as listened to him were saved. Jonah proclaimed destruction to the Nivites, but they, repenting of their sin, propitiated God by prayer and obtained salvation, although they were aliens to the covenant of God. Chapter 8, continuation, respect, and repentance. The ministers of the grace of God have by the Holy Spirit spoken of repentance, and the Lord of all things has himself declared with an oath regarding it. As I live, says the Lord, I desire not the death of the sinner, but rather his repentance. Adding, moreover, this gracious declaration, repent, O house of Israel, of your iniquity. Say to the children of my people, though your sins reach from earth to heaven, and though they be redder than scarlet and blacker than sackcloth, if you turn to me with your whole heart and say, Father, I will listen to you. As to a holy people, and in another place he said, wash and become clean. Put away the wickedness of your soul from before my eyes. Cease from your evil ways and learn to do well. Seek out judgment, deliver the oppressed, judge the fatherless, and see that justice is done to the widow. And come and let us reason together. He declares, though your sins be like crimson, I will make them white as snow. Though they be like scarlet, I will whiten them like wool. And if you are willing and obey me, you shall eat the good of the land. But if you refuse and will not listen to me, the sword shall devour you. For the mouth of the Lord has spoken these things, desiring therefore that all his beloved should be partakers of repentance. He has by his almighty will established these declarations. Chapter 9. Examples of the saints. So let us yield obedience to his excellent and glorious will, and imploring his mercy and loving kindness, while we forsake all fruitless labors and strife and envy, which leads to death. Let us turn and have recourse to his compassion. Let us steadfastly contemplate those who have perfectly ministered to his excellent glory. Let us take, for instance, Enoch, who, being found righteous in obedience, was translated, and death was never known to happen to him. Noah, being found faithful, preached regeneration to the world through his ministry, and the Lord saved him. And the Lord saved by him the animals, which with one accord entered into the ark. And so I just read chapter 7, 8, and 9. And I just read letter of Clement to the Corinthians, Clement of Rome, first epistle, first Clement. And I was reading that English translation of First Clement by Robert Donaldson. Excuse me, felt like I was finna sneeze. Now, let me see here. Oh, wait a minute. Let me see that first Clement. Now I'm going to click over to the Shepherd of Hermas. Robert Donaldson, English translation. Alright, first book, Vision. Okay, third vision. Okay, so I finished that third vision with verses 11, 12, and 13. So now we're on the fourth vision. Let me see. Chapter 1, 2. Oh, okay, fourth vision. Oh, okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to read chapter 4 today because it's 3 chapters. But then the last chapter of this chapter of book 1. See, we'll come into book number 2 next time, following this week. But I can read the 5th vision. Next time it's only 1 verse. So today I'm going to read chapters 1, 2, and 3 from the 4th vision. And so, like I said, we're still in book number 1. And so, today I'm going to read the 4th vision. I'm going to read the 4th vision. And it's 3. And the 4th vision is concerning the trial and tribulation that are to come upon men. It's going to be chapters 1, 2, and 3. And then the next time I read, it'll be the 5th vision, titled concerning the commandments. And then the following then it'll come into the 2nd book, Commandments. Excuse me. Like I said, the 4th vision. And it's titled concerning the trial and tribulation that are to come upon men. Chapter 1. 20 days after the former vision, I saw another vision, brethren. a representation of the tribulation that is to come. I was going to a country house along the companion road. Now the house lay upon 10 furlongs from the public road. The district is one rarely traversed, and as I walked along, I prayed the Lord to complete the revelations which he had made to me through his holy church, that he might strengthen me and give repentance to all his servants who were going astray, that his great and glorious name might be glorified, because he vouchsafed to show me his marvels. And while I was glorifying him and giving him thanks, a voice, as it were, answered me, "Doubt not, Hermas." And I began to think with myself and to say, what reason have I to doubt? I who have been established by the Lord, and who have seen such glorious sights. I advanced a little, brethren, and lo, I see dust rising even to the heavens. I began to say to myself, are cattle approaching and raising the dust? It was about a furlong's distance from me. And 18. Lo, I see the dust rising more and more, so that I imagined that it was something sent from God, but that the sun now shone out a little. And lo, I see a mighty beast like a whale, and out of his mouth fiery locusts proceeded. But the size of that beast was about 100 feet, and it had a head like an urn. I began to weep and to call on the Lord to rescue me from it. Then I remembered the word which I had heard, doubt not, O Hermas. Clothe, therefore, my brethren, with faith in the Lord, and remember the great things which he had taught me. I boldly faced the beast. Now that beast came on with such noise and force that it could itself have destroyed the city. I came near it, and the monstrous beast stretched itself out on the ground, and showed nothing but its tongue, and did not stir at all until I passed by it. Now the beast had 4 colors on his head, black, then fiery and bloody, then golden, and lastly white. Chapter 2. Now after I had passed by the wild beast and had moved forward about 30 feet, lo, a virgin meets me, adorned as she were, proceeding from the bridal chamber, clothed entirely in white, and with white sandals, and veiled up to her forehead, and her head was covered by a hood, and she had white hair. I knew from my former visions that this was the church, and I became more joyful. She saluted me and said, Hail, O man. And I returned her salutation and said, Lady, hail. And she answered and said to me, Has nothing crossed your path? I say, I was met by a beast of such a size that it could destroy peoples. But through the power of the Lord and his great mercy, I escaped from it. Well did you escape from it, said she, because you cast your care on God and open your heart to the Lord, believing that you can be saved by no other than by his great and glorious name. On this account the Lord has sent his angel, who has ruled over the beast, and whose name is Phegrai, and has shut up his mouth, so that it cannot tear you. You have escaped from great tribulation on account of your faith, and because you did not doubt in the presence of such a beast. Go, therefore, and tell the elect of the Lord his mighty deeds, and say to them that this beast is a type of the great tribulation that is coming. If then you prepare yourselves and repent with all your heart and turn to the Lord, it will be possible for you to escape it. If your heart be pure and spotless, and you spend the rest of the days of your life in serving the Lord blamelessly, cast your cares upon the Lord, and he will direct them. Trust the Lord, ye who doubt, for he is all powerful and can turn his anger away from you and send scourges on the doubters. Woe to those who hear these words and despise them. Better word for them to have been born. What is it? Better word for them not to have been born. Chapter 3. I asked her about the 4 colors which the beast had on his head. And she answered and said to me, Again you are inquisitive in regard to such matters. Yea, lady, said I, make known to me what they are. Listen. Said she, the black is the world in which we dwell. But the fiery and bloody points out that the world must perish through blood and fire. But the golden part are you who have escaped from this world. For its gold is tested by fire, and thus becomes useful. So are you tested who dwell in it. Those, therefore, who continue steadfast and are put through the fire will be purified by means of it. For as gold cast away its dross, so also will ye cast away all sadness and straightness, and will be made pure so as to fit into the building of the tower. But the white part is the age that is to come, in which the elect of God will dwell. Since those elected by God to eternal life will be spotless and pure. Wherefore, cease not speaking these things into the ears of the saints. This then is the type of the great tribulation that is to come. If ye wish it, it will be nothing. Remember those things which were written down before, and saying this, she departed, but I saw not into what place she retired. There was a noise, however, and I turned round in alarm, thinking that beast was coming. And so I just read chapters 1, 2, and 3 from the fourth vision titled Concerning the Trial and Tribulation that are to come upon men. And continue to read from the first book, Visions, the Shepherd of Hermas. And the Robert Donaldson English translation. Now I'm going to continue my reading. Saint Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria. Now I'm on this website, whatever. The development of the canon of the New Testament. And it's ntcanon.org/Athanasius. And it reads, Athanasius of Alexandria, born 293 Common Era, Alexandria, died May 2nd, 373 Common Era in Alexandria. Saint Athanasius, the theologian, ecclesiastical statesman, and Egyptian national leader, was the chief defender of Christian orthodoxy in the 4th century battle against Arianism, the heresy that the Son of God was a creature of light, but not of the same substance as God the Father. Athanasius attended the Council of Nicaea in 325, and shortly thereafter became Bishop of Alexandria in 328. For the rest of his life, he was engaged in theological and political struggles with the emperor and with Arian churchmen. Being banished from Alexandria several times, he wrote many important works, including his major theological treatise, The Life of St. Anthony, and 4 orations against the Arians, and a number of letters on theological, pastoral, and administrative topics. A Catholic Encyclopedia's article is online at St. Athanasius. A clear acknowledgement of the New Testament canon of 27 books appears in the 39th Festal letter of Athanasius. Here the threefold division of origin, or Eusebius, is abandoned as springs of salvation. There are only 27 writings in which the doctrine of piety is proclaimed. Over against them are set the Apocrypha, fabricated by the heretics. Only the Didact and Shepherd of Hermas, besides a few Old Testament Apocrypha, are permitted for reading by those newly received into the church, since the fathers have so appointed, but these writings are not canonical. We may, however, infer from the concession that the 2 writings mentioned still enjoy very great esteem. For a visual summary of Athanasius' opinion, see the cross-reference table. There is no question that the emphasis on the exclusiveness and finality of the canon is closely connected with Athanasius' total theological conception, anti-heretical, and Bible-related. Over and above that, it has to be observed that precisely in the years after 362, his concern was directed toward the unity of the Orthodox Church, and hence that for him a uniform canon was also a necessity. It is important that Athanasius turn sharply against all Apocrypha, so that the lines are drawn as sharply as possible between canonical and apocryphal writings, whatever they may be in terms of their origin, their content, or their age. The Apocrypha are downgraded as heretical and therefore excluded from any ecclesiastical use. We cannot establish what effect Athanasius' letter had outside of Egypt. We may conjecture that it advanced the recognition of the 7 Catholic epistles in the East, but it cannot remove the opposition to the revelation of John. This book only achieved its firm place in the canon of the Greek Church in the 10th century. So let me scroll here. The 39th Festal letter of Athanasius, 367 Common Era. It was an ancient custom for the Bishop of Alexandria to write, if possible every year soon after Epiphany, a so-called festal epistle to the Egyptian churches and monasteries under his authority, in which he informed them of the date of Easter and the beginning of the Lenten fast. By fixing the date of Easter, this yearly epistle fixed also the dates of all Christian festivals of the year. In view of the reputation of Alexandrian scholars who were devoted to astronomical calculations, it's not surprising that other parts of Christendom should eventually come to rely on the Egyptian church for information concerning the date of Easter made available to the Western Church through the Bishop of Rome and to the Syrian Church through the Bishop of Antioch. From Athanasius' 39th Festal letter in the year 367. Since, however, we have spoken of the heretics as dead, but of ourselves as possessors of the divine writings unto salvation, and since I am afraid that, as Paul has written to the Corinthians, 2 Corinthians 11 chapter 3rd verse, some godless person may be led astray from their purity and holiness by the craftiness of certain men, and began thereafter to pay attention to other books, the so-called apocryphal writings, being deceived by their possession of the same names as the genuine books. I therefore exhort you to patience when, out of regard to the church's need and benefit, I mention in my letter matters with which you are acquainted. It being my intention to mention these matters, I shall, for the commendation of my venture, follow the example of the evangelist Luke, and say, Luke the 1st chapter, verses 1 through 4. Since some have taken in hand to set in order for themselves the so-called apocrypha, and to mingle them with the God-inspired scripture, concerning which we have attained to a sure persuasion, according to what the original eyewitness and ministers of the word have delivered unto our Father. I also, having been urged by true brethren, and having investigated the matter from the beginning, have decided to set forth in order the writings that have been put in the canon, that have been handed down and confirmed as divine, in order that everyone who has been led astray may condemn his seducers, and that everyone who has remained stainless may rejoice, being again reminded of that. Athanasius now in the first place enumerates the scriptures of the Old Testament. He then proceeds, continuing, I must without hesitation mention the scriptures of the New Testament. They are the following: the four Gospels according to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. After them, the Acts of the Apostles, and the seven so-called Catholic epistles of the Apostles, named the one of James, two of Peter, then three of John, and after these one of Jude. In addition, there are 14 epistles of the Apostle Paul, written in the following order: the first to the Romans, then two to the Corinthians, and then after these the one to the Galatians, following it the one to the Ephesians, thereafter the one to the Philippians, and the one to the Colossians, and two to the Thessalonians, and the epistle to the Hebrews, and then immediately two to Timothy, one to Titus, and last the one to Philemon, yet further the revelation of John. These are the springs of salvation, in order that he who is thirsty may fully refresh himself with the words contained in them. In them alone is the doctrine of piety proclaimed. Let no one add anything to them or take anything away from them. But for the sake of greater accuracy, I add, being constrained to write, that there are also other books besides these, which have not indeed been put in the canon, but have been appointed by the fathers as reading matter for those who have just come forward and wish to be instructed in the doctrine of piety: the wisdom of Solomon, the wisdom of Sirach, Esther, Judith, Tobias, the so-called teacher, Didac, of the apostles, and the shepherd. And although, beloved, the former are in the canon, and the latter serve as reading matter, yet mention is nowhere made of the apocrypha. Rather, they are a fabrication of the heretics, who write them down when it pleases them and generously assign to them an early date of composition, in order that they may be able to draw upon them as supposedly ancient writings, and having them occasion to deceive the guileless. So I just read St. Athanasius, Bishop of Alexandria, the development of the canon of the New Testament. Now, last time I read the Panarian, Greek, Panarium, Latin, translated mean bread basket. Read from book 1, section 3, part 38. So let me scroll back. Part 38 was Saint Epiphanius of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus, against the Canaanites. And so let me just refer back just to point this out. As it says in part 38, Saint Epiphanius, Bishop of Cyprus. In part 38, Epiphanius against the Canaanites. That where it says right here in number 2:3. And this is what they call perfect knowledge. Since, if you please, they have taken their cue for venturing without fear on wicked obscenities from the mothers and fathers of sects whom we have already mentioned. I mean the Gnostics and Nicholas and their allies Valentinus and Carpocrates. Further, I have now learned of a book in which they have forged certain assertions which are full of wickedness, containing such things as this is the angel who blinded Moses. These are the angels who hid the companions of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram, and removed them elsewhere. So these, see, when we be reading, it's the same people, the homosexuals and the lesbians. So, part 39. Saint Epiphanius of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus, against the Scythians. Excuse me. And it'll be 1:1 through 10:7. And it reads, Scythians is yet another sect of their name. It is not to be found everywhere, nor is the one before it, the so-called sect of Canaanites. Most of these too have probably been uprooted from the world by now, for that which is not of God will not stand. It flourishes for a while, but has no permanence at all. I think I may have met with this sect in Egypt too. I do not precisely recall the country in which I met them, and I found out some things about it by inquiring in an actual encounter, but have learned other things from treatises. For these Scythians proudly trace their ancestry to Seth, the son of Adam, glorify him, and attribute to him whatever is held to be virtuous, the marks of virtue and righteousness, and anything of kind. What is more, they even call him Christ and maintain that he is Jesus. And they give their teaching in the following form. All things they say are the work of angels and not of the power on high. For in this regard they agree with the previous sect, the sect of the Canaanites. Two men were born at the very beginning, and Cain and Abel were the sons of the two. And in quarreling about them, the angels went to war with each other, and so brought it about that Abel was killed by Cain. For the angels' quarrel was a struggle over the human stocks. Since these two men, the one who had sired Cain and the one who had sired Abel, were at odds with each other. But the power on high has won, the one they call mother and female. For they have the idea that there are both mothers on high and females and males, and they all but say kindreds and patriarchs too. Since the so-called mother and female had won, finding that they had killed Abel, they say she reflected, caused the generation of Seth, and put her power in him, planting him a seed of the power from above, and the spark that was sent from above for a first planting and origin of the seed. And this is the origin of righteousness, and the election of a seed and stock, so that the powers of the angels who made the world and the two primordial men will be purged by this origin of this seed. For this reason the stock of Seth is derived separately from this origin, since it is elect and distinct from the other stock. For as time went on, they say, and the two stocks, Cain and Abel, were together, and had come together because of great wickedness, and had intercourse, the mother of all, who had kept watch, wanted to make the seed of men pure, as I said, since Abel had been killed, and she chose this Seth, and made him pure, and planted the seed of her power and purity in him alone. But once more, seeing a great deal of intercourse and unruly appetition on the part of angels and men, since the two breeds had come together for intercourse, and seeing that their unruliness had caused certain origins of new breeds, mother and female returned and brought the flood and destroyed the entire human race and all of the opposing stock, in order that supposedly only the pure stock that derived from Seth and was righteous would remain in the world, for the origin of the stock from on high and the spark of righteousness. But without her knowledge, the angels in their turn slipped him. Let me read that again. But without her knowledge, the angels in their turn slipped Ham, who was of their seed, into the ark. For they say that of the 8 persons who were saved in Noah's then ark, 7 were of the pure stock, but one was Ham, who belonged to the other power and got in unknown to the mother on high. A plan of this sort of the angels' contrivance was thus carried out. For they say, since the angels have learned that all their seed will be wiped out in the flood, they smuggled Ham in by some knavery to preserve the wicked stock they had created. And for this reason, forgetfulness and error have overtaken men, and the inordinate impulses of sins and the conglomeration of evil have arisen in the world, and thus the world reverted to its ancient state of disorder, and was as filled with evils as it had been at the beginning, before the flood. But from Seth by descent and lineage came Christ, Jesus himself, not by generation but by appearing miraculously in the world. He is Seth himself, who visited men then and now, because he was sent from above by the mother. This is the way they say all this came about. But doctrines like these are foolish, weak, and full of nonsense, as everyone can plainly see. 2 men were not formed at the beginning, but one man, Adam. And from Adam came Cain, Abel, and Seth. And the human stocks up until the flood cannot derive from 2 men, but must derive from one, since all the stocks have their own origins in the world from Adam. And in turn, every human breed since the flood derived from Noah, the one man now derived, not from different men, but from one, Noah, Seth's lineal descendant, and is not divided into two, but is one stock. And so Noah's wife, his sons Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and the three wives of his sons are all traced their ancestry to Seth, not to the two men of the Sethians mythology who never existed. They compose certain books in the names of great men and say that they are 7 books in Seth's name, and give the name strangers to other different books. And they compose another in the name of Abraham, which they call an apocalypse and is full of wickedness, and others in the name of Moses, and others in others' names. Lowering their own minds to great absurdity, they say that Seth's wife is a certain Horiah. Take a look at their stupidity, beloved, so that your will despise their melodrama, mythological nonsense, and fictitious claptrap in every way. There are certain other sects which say there is a power to whom they give the name Horiah. Excuse me. I'm going to read that again, 5:3. There are certain other sects which say there is a power to whom they give the name Horiah. Now these people say that the one whom others regard as a power and call Horiah is Seth's wife. Thus we can show, as you know, beloved, both that Seth was a real man and that he got no unusual endowment from above, but was the blood brother of Cain and Abel, from one father and one mother. For scripture said Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived and bare Cain. And she named him Cain, meaning acquisition, saying, I have acquired a son through the Lord God. Again, in the case of Abel, Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived and bare a son, and called his name Abel. And much farther on, after the death of Abel, and Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived and bare a son, and called his name Seth, meaning recompense. For she said, God hath raised up for me a seed instead of Abel, whom Cain slew. But the expression, I have acquired through God, and God hath raised up for me, so that the one God, the maker of all, is also the giver of these offspring. And that Cain and Seth at least took wives is plain, for Abel was killed in his early youth, not yet married. But as we find in Jubilees, which is also called the Little Genesis, the book even contains the names of both Cain's and Seth's wives, so that the persons who recite myths to the world may be put to shame in every way. For after Adam had sired sons and daughters, it became necessary at that time that the boys marry their own sisters. Such a thing was not unlawful, as there was no other human stock. Indeed, in a manner of speaking, Adam himself practically married his own daughter, who was fashioned from his body and bones and had been formed by God in conjunction with him. And it was not unlawful. And his sons were married. Cain to the oldest sister, whose name was Suai, and a third son, Seth, who was born after Abel, to his sister named Azura. And Adam had other sons too, as the little Genesis says, 9 after these 3, so that he had 2 daughters, but 12 sons, one of whom was killed, but 11 survived. You have the reflection of them too in the Genesis of the world, the first book of Moses, which says, and Adam lived 930 years and begat sons and daughters, and died. But when humanity had expanded and Adam's line was growing longer, the strict practice of lawful wedlock was gradually extended. And then, since Adam had children and children's children, and daughters were born to them in direct descent, they no longer took their own sisters in marriage. Even before the written law given by Moses, the rule of lawful wedlock was reduced to order. And they took their wives from among their cousins. And now, while humanity was expanding in this way, the 2 stocks were coming led. Cain's with Seth's, and Seth's with the other. And so were the other stocks of Adam's sons. Then finally, when the flood had destroyed all of mankind at once, Noah alone, who found favor with God, was preserved, because he had been found righteous in that generation. And as I said before, he prepared his ark by God's decree, as the true scriptures tell us. The same book of the truth states that he was preserved in it, and with him the 7 souls I have mentioned. I mean his own wife and 3 sons and their wives likewise, 3. And the truth affirms that for this reason remnants of the generation of men were again left in the world. And so, as time went on from generation to generation, and with son succeeding father, the world had come to span 5 generations. And the foundation of Babylon and Assyria took place at that time, and the tower that they built then. And the foundation of Babylon and Assyria took place at that time, and the tower that they built then. And as I have already explained in the foregoing sets, with regard to the series of generations I dealt with earlier, all humanity then consisted of 72 men who were princes and patricians, 32 of Ham's stock, 15 of Japheth's, and 25 of Shem's. And so the tower and Babylon were built. After this, tribes and languages were dispersed over the entire earth, and since the 72 who were then building the tower were scattered by the languages, because they had been confused and divorced from the one language that they knew, each one by God's will was infused with a different language and acquired it. The existence of the various languages from then until now began with them, so that anyone who cares to can discover the originator of each language. For example, Lovan, for whom the Ionians who possessed the Greeks. Ancient speech or name acquired Greek. Theorus acquired Thracian. Mozart, Mosinosian. Tobel, Thessalonian. Lud, Lydian. Gefar, Gasfinian. Mistrum, Egyptian. South Azomatian, and Armat Arabian, and not to mention them individually, each of the rest was infused with his own tongue, and thus the continuation of every language in the world was extended. Why is it then that these people have told their lies, interpolating their own mythology, imagining and dreaming of unreal things as though they were real, and banishing what is real from their own minds? But the whole thing is an idea of the devil, which he has engendered in human souls. It is amazing to see how he deceived man into many offenses and dragged him down to transgression, to fornication, adultery, and incontinence, to the madness of idols, to sorcery and bloodshed, to rapine and insatiate greed, to trickery and gluttony, and any number of such things. But never before Christ's coming ventured to say a blasphemous word against his own master, or meditate upon rebellion. For he was awaiting Christ's coming, as he says, it is written of thee that he shall give his angels charge concerning thee, and in their hand they shall bear thee up. He had always heard the prophets proclaim the coming of Christ, and that there would be a redemption of those who had sinned and yet repented through Christ. And he thought that he would obtain some mercy. But when the wretch saw that Christ had not accepted his turnabout for salvation's sake, he opened his mouth against his own master and spewed the blasphemy out, implanting in men the suggestion that they deny their real master and seek the one who was not real. Now the Scythians too will be exposed in every way as victims of deception by the following argument. Seth has died. In the year of his life are recorded. He went the way of all flesh after living for 912 years, having fathers, sons, and daughters, as sacred scripture says. And next his son, his name was Enoch, also lived for 905 years, and departed this life after father and sons and daughters, as the same book of the truth says. Therefore, if Seth died then, and his sons in succession also lived and departed this life, how will it be found that he is the Lord, who was conceived of the ever Virgin Mary after consenting to human life, who was begotten at no point in time, who is always with the Father as the divine word subsistent? But who came in the last days, fashioned flesh in his own image from a virgin womb, and having taken the human soul, thus became perfect man? The Lord, who proclaimed the mysteries of life to us, appointed his disciples as workers of righteousness, and instructed the human race in his teaching, himself and through them, not by revealing the teachings of the Scythians, or calling himself Seth, as they foolishly and overcome by a sort of drunkenness have lost the truth. But now, though the rebuttal of the Seth is brief, I do not need to extend its refutation and the content with just what is here. Their stupidity is easy to puncture and self-refuting and self-exposing, not only with regard to their kidnapping of Christ and their falsely alleged belief and affirmation that he is self, but because of the two men as well. For if the powers had their origin from above, nothing which was done by the two powers was made and done without the one power, whom indeed they called the mother of all. For the one power is plainly the cause of the two powers, and nothing that has been done without it. And once the beginning is shown to be one, they will return to the confession that the master of all and the creator and maker of the whole is one. But since we have said these things about this set as well, beloved, and have exposed the poison of their reptilian brood of the asp family, let us once more go to another in the same order of the treatises. Ain't no but homosexuals and lesbians. That's all it's gonna be. They make up all these fictitious literature, but it's still nothing but homosexual and lesbian. That's all it is. It done went from way back then to today. Now they call it wokeism, being woke. But it's the same. You can change the name, but it's gonna still be the same. Let's see. So I just read the Panarian Greek, Panarian Latin, translated breadbasket. Book 1, Section 3, Part 39, 1:1 through 10:7. And it was Saint Epiphanius of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus, against the Scythians. Next time I read, it'll be Part 40, Saint Epiphanius Saint Epiphanius of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus, against the Archontics. And let me see how long it is. It's not that long. It goes all the way from 1:1 to 8:9. So. And also for future references, when it comes to the Panarian, I know that when I be doing my reading, I be on Wikipedia and it's let me go back over here. The translation is the complete English translation of Book 1. So for future references, like I said, the complete English translation that I be reading from, based on the translation by Frank Williams, published 1987-2009. I know it's Book 1, but I was able to find, I was looking for translation of Book 2 and 3. So I went over here and I found a PDF. I scrolled all the way down to the bottom. Oh, okay, I know what that is. Yeah, this one. Yeah, I know what it is. It's the archive. I know them, right? So that way, and it's still translated by Frank Williams. It's the archive. Books 2 and 3 is a PDF, and it's the second revised edition. So when we get ready to go to book 2 and 3, It's translated the Panorama Epiphanies of Salome, books 2 and 3, D5, second revised edition, translated by Frank Williams, and it is it's a PDF. So like I said, when we get ready to go to books 2 and 3, that way you'll be able to find it. Go to archive.org, PDF, the Panorama Epiphanies of Salome, books 2 and 3, D5. So when we get ready to go, so for now, what I'm gonna start doing when I complete my reading, so we can continue our reading, I'll just go ahead and show everybody what we're gonna be going to. That way you can go ahead and pre-read. Alright. So now that I completed my reading, and it should be obvious by now, when I continue to do my reading, that all you're doing is talking about some homosexual and lesbians. And I'm not saying that in a derogatory, but I'm saying it's just being a realization that the behavior that's being read about, that's what it is. It goes all the way back to in the past, in the past. And it's just a constant with this homosexual and lesbian, and that includes that bisexual, because you're still talking about the same stuff. You're still talking about the same homosexual and lesbian. You can throw that bisexual in there, you're still talking about the same thing. And then you start talking about this transsexual stuff, with talking about a man acting like a woman and a woman acting like a man and all that. We're still talking about the same stuff. Homosexual and lesbian. That's all you're talking about. And then they go around, and as you see from in the past, they made up all these fictitious literature. Made up all this fictitious literature talking about God. And then try to distort the holy scriptures that God gave all mankind. The divine scriptures. They distorted it and made up all the fictitious literature to live by. And then went around being violent, like they do today, being violent. And so, been keeping up on the things that's, I've been trying to keep up with the news and everything, but you can't put you can't watch ABC, NBC, CBS. You can't watch Fox News. You can't watch CNN or any of their affiliates, or you can't read a newspaper because they all affiliated. They either label themselves a liberal newspaper or a conservative newspaper. Magazines also, some kind of liberal magazine or conservative magazine, and it's all the sorority and the fraternity. Let's not forget because the people in management, majority of the people in management are bachelor degree, master degree, PhD, the sorority and the fraternity, and you know, all this homosexual and lesbian, there were all this woke stuff coming from, you know, all that, still talking about the same stuff, homosexuals and lesbians, you know. And so, you know, when it comes to the news, you know, can't really just take every. I mean, you know, you could take a actual event, just like take the weather for instance. Let's just talk about the news, like local news, world, you know, regional news. Let's just say the weather. Let's talk about the weather. Can you honestly look at the news and say that they're lying? Of course, because it's all about whose agenda with the doggone weather. Now we got all this climate change and all this about politics. You know, it's gonna always break down to some kind of agenda, some kind of liberal agenda or some kind of conservative agenda with the weather. Oh yeah, yeah. Rain, sleet, snow, sunshine, cloudy, the weather. Political. It's political. I know you be like, oh, Eric, man, not the weather. Yeah. Because see, think about it. Just think about automobiles and cars and all this. Think about it. Local, no, and then everybody don't live in the same place. See, just like local government here in the city of Memphis, Shelby County, state of Tennessee, the United States. You know, emissions from vehicles, and think about all this stuff right now. Talking about the weather, and you got all these wildfires and all this, right? And the price of gas. You think that ain't got something to do with the weather? It do. Because what they gonna say is this: is because of all that automobile emissions. When it rains, it come down acid rain and all this. The reason why we're having so much heat, the reason why our seasons are changing, the reason why summertime is in the wintertime, the reason why wintertime is not like wintertime used to be. It feels like summertime in the winter. It's almost like 12 times, 12 months out of the year. It's getting to the point where it's summer or spring or summer. So the weather can be political. It can be political. Liberals and conservatives. Because that's what all this global warming and all this, all that, And then let's not forget the clothes we wear. People can try to start a business. You think you're gonna go in business, and you think you're gonna produce some blue jeans, but it's getting to the point year round. It's too doggone hot for denim. It's too hot. You walking around in December with shorts on. And it's usually wintertime, in this area, but man, the weather has changed so much you can't even produce blue jeans and think they're going to sell because the weather is too hot. It's not wintertime not being cold no more. And it's not lasting. So, that was just a simple example of how the news, but I seen some on the news, just having to have the television on, and with all this Ukraine taking up a lot of news, and they just lying. They be lying. They do it. It should be obvious to people by now. If you don't see any information about the Ukrainian military, and all you see is people trying to say negative things about President Putin, and trying to calmly talk about the Russians lost in Kyiv, and got some old white guy retired from the army, and in front of the Air Force, and in front of the Navy, in front of the Marine, all this. It should be obvious to you by now they intentionally trying to keep you from really seeing the military strength of the Ukraine, because they dying every day. You trying to claim that the Ukrainian military fought so valiantly, and you gave them some missiles, and you gave them some Stinger missiles and blowed up some tanks. Possibility that the Russians at first really just didn't think the United States was gonna just be so generous with all it, because Russia really just drove across the border, and so nonchalant, nonchalant, just drove across the border and end up over there really uncontested, and then by the time the tanks was around the capital Kyiv and all this, and then the Ukrainian military just so happened had some Javelin missiles or whatever and blowed up some tanks. Okay. But like I've been saying, you haven't seen the Russian military really just attack Ukraine. You ain't seen no fighter planes, no bombers really just bombing the hell out of Ukraine. You've seen some military, some infantry, and some tanks and some artillery. That's mostly all you've been seeing, and you've been hearing about some cruise missiles being fired and hitting Ukraine. But like I said, I seen some on the news. 15, I think it was about 15 years ago. This little girl and her family from the United Kingdom. She was like 3 years old. I know everybody probably seen it by now. You know what I'm talking about. This little girl. She had went missing. Her family went on vacation from the United Kingdom. She was 3 years old. Little girl, 3 years old. And if I ain't mistaken, I think they said he killed the little girl, kidnapped and killed the little girl. But they saying now that they've identified a suspect after 15 years later. They've been looking for the little girl, and they saying over in Germany, they formally said that there's a person who's already in lockup, in jail, has been identified as a suspect, and they saying they pretty sure that this the guy, and then the Portuguese police were involved, and the German police as well as the United Kingdom, but they pretty much saying that this guy did it. After 15 years, I'm pretty sure that for that family, that was to hear first of all that your child been kidnapped and murdered, but to find out that there's been a suspect been identified, for such a stupid crime, is a good thing, and then there's been down on the border here in the United States of America, unfortunately, a National Guardsman drowned. The National Guardsman drowned trying to save one of the migrants who was in the Rio Grande River and was trying to save which fortunately the migrant was a female, if I ain't mistaken. Looked like she was drowning and having some trouble out there in the water. And one of the National Guardsmen jumped in the water, tried to help save the woman, which pretty much she was saved, but unfortunately the National Guardsmen, lost their life, and possibly drowned. And now it's, instead of being a search and rescue, it's been said that it's a recovery, trying to recover the guardsman's body. And thoughts and prayer with the guardsman family, and thank God that the migrant was able to be saved. But unfortunately, the guardsman lost his life, drowned in the river, trying to save somebody else's life. Our thoughts and prayers with that family. And like I say, today is in the Orthodox Catholic faith. Easter is today. This weekend Easter is today, and so last weekend Roman Catholic, Palms Friday and Good Friday and Easter Sunday and last week. But wish everyone a happy Easter in Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox, all the Orthodox Catholics. Like I said, all the Roman Catholic and Orthodox Catholics are continue to dialogue, continue to talk, and continue to work toward unity, and to bring the Roman Catholic and all Catholic churches together as one. And we're going to continue to pray that there be unity in the Catholic Church for all Christians. Scripture and tradition. And like I said, let me find this news, because and while I'm looking for the news, we were seeing on this whole situation with this steel plant. Don't it seem kind of ridiculous for you to be, sitting up in there? Now you got some civilians in there, and everybody see around the world when you're talking about Mariupol, there are no more Ukrainian fighters. The Russian-backed separatists, as well as Russian. They have some, President Putin surrounded, and don't let nobody in or out, on my command. But as for Mariupol, like I've been saying all the time, post-war Mariupol, and now they in the Donbass, the Russian-backed separatists in Luhansk, and in the Donetsk, the Donbass region, they continue to, and I think it's been said it's about 80%. They clearing that Ukrainian military up out of there. And like I've been saying over and over and over again, the number one priority: do not let those United States as well as NATO weapons be given to the Ukrainians. I don't give a damn what Zelensky say. And as far as I'm concerned, it had been 3 attempts on his life. You should never stop trying to kill him. You should never stop trying to kill him for this reason. When everybody around the world see that all that esotericism, Western esoteric, man, you ain't saying nothing that nobody got to pay any attention to. You ain't talking about nothing. You ain't saying, you ain't doing, I'm talking about a bunch of lies. You ain't nobody. You ain't nobody. And going around trying to start a war for some Western esoteric, man, are you serious? Do you honestly think I'm gonna sit here and talk about giving you some weapon? I'm not giving you nothing. I'm not giving you a damn thing. After you sit here and after you see me sitting here reading, and here it is today in the Orthodox world, the Orthodox faith today is Easter, and you had the audacity to talk about some damn esotericism. What? I don't even want to ask the question like, what's your problem? The only thing I'm going to say is this. Do not, the Russian military commanders, do not let any U.S. military weapons, no NATO military weapons, get in the hands of the Ukrainian military or their territorial defense force. That's the number one priority. That's the number one priority. Because without that, if you let any weapons get through, you can just forget it. That's a waste of time. That's a waste of time. And in this day and time, in this day and time, weapons are more powerful. You know, they putting all this electronic stuff and all this, you know, what they call sophisticated. You know, that's the day and time we live in, what they call the digital age and all this. You know, computers and all, you know. And like, you know, they showed this week, Russia tested an intercontinental ballistic missile. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. But when it comes to this, like I was saying, this steel mill, man, I don't understand what them people problem is. I'm not talking about the civilians. I'm talking about the military. You see that you surrounded, and you done lost. You done lost. Now Russia gave you an opportunity to just go ahead and surrender. Because I mean, you know, they ain't got no benefit in trying to kill them guys. You already lost. You lost. So why is you gonna sit up in the steel plant and then sit around with the civilians? Why don't you just let the civilians go? Because you know you're gonna die. And so you figure you're gonna use the civilians as a shield. How much of a coward you really are. Trying to use the civilians as a shield. Show you for what you really are. No, what I was looking at right now is this Russian news agency, TASS. And you know they had what it says here: Russian troops destroy 423 targets in Ukraine. Let me check this out right quick. It said the Russian artillery troops performed 423 fire attacks during the night. Russian defense ministry. What's the day? Okay, that's the day. 437. April 24th. Yeah, okay. April 24th, Russian missile and artillery troops hit 400. Okay, it said Moscow, April 24th. Russian missile and artillery troops hit 423 targets in Ukraine overnight as part of the special military operation. Russian Defense Ministry spokesman Major General Igor Konashenkov said on Sunday. The missile and artillery troops performed 423 fire attacks during the night. Konashenkov said, adding that particular 26 command posts, 367 strong points, and places of the maximum of manpower and military equipment, as well as 25 gun lines, were hit. Let me see what this says here. Alright, so let me go back over here. What time is it? Okay. Alright, it was just one news. Hey, hold on. But like I said, they had the whole thing with the steel plant. You've already lost. I mean, look how much time is being taken while all the things going on outside there's no more Ukrainian forces in Mariupol. And then the Russian troops got you surrounded, and nobody is doing it. You know, there's no Ukrainian military that's going to challenge those Russian military forces that are surrounding the steel plant. See, this is when your common sense. You surrounded. If you had some help outside, the steel plant, why would you still be in there? You surrounded. You don't have no help. Look how many days done passed by. You don't have no help. You just sitting up in the steel plant waiting to die. So why are you sitting up in the steel plant and you got civilians in the steel plant and won't even let them go? What sense that make? Like they gonna die with you? See, that's not. See, you're not intending on trying to do what's right. It never was. Your intent would never was do what's right. And like I said, everybody around the world, they see that you surrounded. And look how many days, each day they go by, and when you keep talking about on the news, talking about some Ukrainian military, just think about this. The Russian military, they got their steel plant surrounded, and they ain't moved. And they're not even being challenged. They're not even being nothing. The Russians got their steel plant surrounded, and nobody, ain't no Ukrainian forces doing nothing about it. And so they just sitting there waiting. The Russians are, and like I read last, the Russian-backed separatists, they got the area. That's their territory. They fought for it and won. Now, like I said, post-war Mariupol. It's going to be post-war in a few, just a little while longer. It's going to be post-war Donbass region, the Crimea, because like President Putin already said, he's going to take the South and the East. See, then now in this day and time, we have to be realistic. Now, like I've been saying, I already seen that the United States were trying to find some kind of way where they can get U.S. troops over here, directly somewhere over in Ukraine, where they can try to get U.S. forces involved. See, in this day and time, this is not like the Cold War, and this is when you have to be realistic. There was a time when Poland and Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, Romania, Moldova, all these areas, what they used to call the Warsaw Pact. There was a time when these nations were in an alliance with Russia. And most of the Russian military was designed at that time to defend not only Russia, but also defend those areas. Even today. So you have to be realistic. You have to be realistic and understand that your military has been organized to deal with defending Russia, but also defending those areas. And you have to reorganize. It's going to take time for the reorganize. Ever since all this independence in the 90s. And now those nations are now part of NATO. See, this is a different day and time. And now these nations are ready to go to war against Russia. This is a very serious thing. You have to be realistic. See, military leaders in Russia got to be realistic, got to be serious. This is a serious thing. Because it's too many. Not necessarily saying that on a military capability, if it came down to a one-on-one fight, just like Ukraine, Slovakia get into a fight, a military fight with Russia one-on-one, of course Russia got a sizable advantage. Of course. If Poland got into a military conflict with Russia, of course, one-on-one, of course Russia got an advantage. Size, of course, size. And nuclear, But when you got the United States and when you got United Kingdom, you got France, you got Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Denmark, Spain, Portugal, Greece, and then you got the former Yugoslavia. You got those. It's just too many damn nations to be trying to worry about trying to get into a military fight. And it's really, look, let's be honest. Let's be honest. Around the world, let's just look at the world, how all this started. All this started in the past. All that imperialism, all that colonialism, all that racism, all that from the past. Some of these nations couldn't even get along with each other. Spain and Portugal were in competition. They were rivals to the United Kingdom, to France. Germany couldn't get along with the United Kingdom, always fighting with each other. Then France and the United Kingdom have differences. Then France can't get along with Germany. See, this is what happened in the past. World War I. Then you had Hungary and Austria was in an alliance. Poland and all these nations. Then you had over in Eastern Europe, Russia, and their former alliances. That's the reason why you see the borders that you see today. Because of things that happened in the past. While everybody else around the world was being subjugated because of imperialism, colonialism, racism, So now here we are today. See, a lot of things in the past, imperialism, colonialism, really just ain't no thing that's being done. Racism, but what you see today, all that Cold War stuff and failed, but you still have these military alliances. So when you see the United States trying to be in an alliance with all these different, you just as scared as all the rest of these little nations. See, all these white people living here in the United States of America, trying to still be in an alliance with other Europeans from Western Europe, and then trying to suck in all the East Europeans, and then trying to be in some kind of military rivalry with Russia. And see, being realistic on the Russian side is really not anything to fight about no more. That's a waste of time. That's just being realistic. That's a waste of time. The Russian economy couldn't even not address trying to build up a defense, trying to look at all these little individual countries, and then talking about the United States too, as well as their partners outside of the United States, like in Africa and Asia and all this. That's too much for anybody to even be paying attention to. Best thing for Russia to do is to worry about Russia. Deal with all this, what you got to be dealing with now. But man, best thing for Russia is to deal with Russia from this point on, because all that NATO stuff based on fear. It's just based on fear, and who they use as an excuse for NATO, Russia. Then they throw China in there. Look at Sweden and Finland. And look over there at North Korea. As long as North Korea been sitting over there and having military weapons. Look at Iran. Iran is building weapons. You don't hear nobody in Sweden and Finland saying nothing about Iran. But they're going to use Russia. Russia being aggressive. See, this is the phony, fake excuses that they make in Europe. See, this is the reason why Russia is being realistic. Being realistic today, it's not a good thing. That's not what Russian, and then have their economy mixed up in some mess like that. No, that ain't. It's more important things, other things to be focusing on than just this NATO nonsense. Because, it's just not. Now you got a situation in Moldova and Russian-backed separatists in Moldova. But I mean, it'll end up being the same thing as in the Donbass. Russia continue to back them Russian back there. It'll just be some. It'll just eventually be that them Russian back separatists eventually could win. Because I mean, Moldova don't really want to just have to deal with having to have Russia actually doing the same doggone thing, coming over here with all this military might. I mean, if them Russian back separatists wanna, whether you like it or not. Because I mean, the Russian backed separatists didn't like it, so I mean, they don't care that you don't like that they want to be separate from, it's just that's the way, that's the point of view. You be like Moldovans don't like it, but I mean, the Russian backed separatists, that's what they don't like. See, they don't care about what the other side. See, this is what you got to deal with. Just like in the Ukraine, you sitting up here trying to make it sound like it's something that you saying is right, but you don't. Here it is, the Russian-backed separatists in Luhansk and Duhansk, they don't care about what you got to say. And they made that perfectly clear. They don't care nothing about what you got to say. They gonna fight because this what they want to be. They support Russia. They support Russia. And they fighting about it. See, they don't care nothing about what you got to say in Kyiv. They don't give a damn about what you got to say. They made that perfectly clear. And now Russia doing the same thing, making it perfect. They don't give a damn about what you got to say. They don't. They don't give a damn about what you got to say. But I mean, being, from this point on, it don't need to go no further than Ukraine and now you got this Moldova situation. But see, for Russia though, it ain't no reason to be worrying about them NATO ever again. Because I mean, this stuff getting ridiculous. It's ridiculous, man. It's getting ridiculous. There's more important things to because you're gonna have to deal with post-war Mariupol, post-war Donbass, post-war Ukraine. It Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Global Rights Frontline Defender, Human Rights Without Frontier, International Center for Human Rights. Conservation International, Wildlife Conservation Society, Conservation Fund, Lincoln Conservation Voting, Earth Watch Institute, Service Association, Earth Justice, Conservation Volunteers, Wildlife Conservation Network, Endangered Wildlife Trust, Biodiversity and Nature Conservancy Association, Rare Species Conservation Center, Wildlife Research and Conservation Trust, the Rainforest Trust, International Rainforest Conservation Organization, Rainforest Alliance, Rainforest Action Network. Biodiversity International, Earth Day Network, Environmental Defense Fund, Friends of the Earth, Friends of Nature, Greenpeace, the Nature Conservancy, Wildlife Conservation Society, Soil and Water Conservation, Clean Water Action, World Water Council, Marine Conservation Institute, Marine Conservation Alliance, Oceanic Preservation Society, Ocean Society, Global Ocean Commission, the International Marine Life Alliance. See, this that rejected knowledge. See, that's what that is. Rejected knowledge. Rejected knowledge. rejected knowledge. Ancient people in the Bible. The Amorites were Afro-Asiatics. The Egyptians were Afro-Asiatics. The Amalekites, they were the supposed descendants of Esau. Now the Kenites were a nomadic tribe in the ancient Levant. Moses' father-in-law was a Kenite. The Canaanites were ancient people. The Kenizzites were ancient people. Juphaneh, father of the Israelite leader Caleb, is called a Kenizzite. Hittites were Indo-Europeans. The Perizzites, ancient people. Now Rephaims, or what they call Rephaites, They were also known as Zamzumans or Emims. They were ancient people considered to be giants. Canaanites. Canaan, son of Ham, grandson of Noah. Canaanite and ethnic catch-all term covering various indigenous populating both settled and nomadic pastoral groups throughout southern Levant and Canaan. The Girgasites, they were descendants of Canaan. Jebusites, Jebus, Hurrians, Hittites, Horites, the Philistines. They were not Afro-Asiatic, and it has not been determined that the Philistines were Indo-Europeans. And the Moabites were Afro-Asiatics. The Midianites were Afro-Asiatics. The Ammonites were Afro-Asiatics. Sometimes I just honestly forget something. I'll be right back.
Out. Ah.
Sometimes I just honestly forget. I just honestly forget sometimes, you know. But oh, I know what. While I'm doing one thing, let me click over here. Let me remember. It'll take about a minute. Right there. yesterday. Let me see something. I was reading the newspaper that I was clicking through. It's a Nicaraguan newspaper over in Nicaragua. I was clicking through some of the stories. I don't know what I'm looking at. No, well, like I said, I was reading this Nicaraguan newspaper, Barricada. Mm. Mm. It's just another newspaper. You know, Nicaraguan newspaper. Was it La Jornada? Mm-hmm. It's just another newspaper. Nicaraguan newspaper. Mostly local. Let me see here. No, just getting some perspective on different type of newspaper, because the news here be so, be so slanted with all this liberal and conservative that the news just don't be trying to be honest. Well, Oh. I was reading a newspaper. Venezuela newspaper, Corriere del Orinoco, Venezuela newspaper. And I was glancing over some of the world events, some of the world reports. This was one of the newspapers around the world, Kazakhstan, and what's this newspaper? I think it's one of the oldest newspapers in Kazakhstan. Let me click back over here with Cash Pravda. I think that's what it happened now. Kazakhstanska Pravda. I think around the world, one of the biggest news is that I've been noticing in different newspapers around the world is that the Secretary General of the United Nations is going to go to Russia. I think it's this Tuesday. And I've been noticing that various world newspapers been reporting the same thing. It's probably about the biggest news right now, that the Secretary General from the United Nations is going to be going to Russia this coming week. I think it's Tuesday. that was, that was one of the newspapers in Mongolia, and just browsing. They were saying, was this April the 22nd, 2020? I think I seen this on the news too. Ships affiliated with Russia are prohibited from entering U.S. ports. I think I remember seeing that one day this week on the 22nd. I remember hearing something about that. But see, these different newspapers around the world, when you browse the news, what you seeing on CNN and Fox and on ABC, NBC and CBS, what's the name of this newspaper? Not on my pronunciation, but it's one. It's the government newspaper, daily newspaper, founded in 1920. Mongolian People's Party. Because my pronunciation Mongolian Nooning. Then they got 3 newspapers. The Post, the Mongolian Messenger, and the Mongolian Oning. But like I said, I was just browsing, just world news, No, I'm looking at another newspaper before I end my video. This is the Bangladesh newspaper. Proto. Let me make my pronunciation. Prothom Low. Prothom Low. It's a daily newspaper, and this was it April 24th. Let me see. The French presidential election. Don't worry, who will be the president will be known tomorrow. How isolated Putin's Russia is. During the 2-month war effort by key allies, including Washington, Moscow. Let me see this. What's the Japan-Russia agreement on fishing amid tensions with Ukraine? Let me see what this says here. See, that's what I'm talking about. See, they got fierce fighting. See, this is how you know that there's something wrong with the reporting. See, this is what you have to understand. When you got two opposing forces, you're going to have casualties on both sides. So when it comes to reporting, and the United States going to claim they're trying to keep sending, you got casualties in Ukraine. They're already outnumbered by the Russians, by opposing force. So if you keep getting into these fierce fighting and you having casualties, Russia having casualties, but when Russia have casualties, they got some reinforcement because their population is large. So when the Ukrainians have casualties, it ain't that many reserves left. It ain't gonna be that many reserves left. So you ain't gonna be having all these people to use these weapons that you claim that you trying to send. See, this is the point I want to make. This is what I want to keep making. Is when you don't tell the truth. See, you lie to the American people. You lie to me. You lie to me. Even everybody around the world gonna say this, that the Russians outnumbered. You at a disadvantage already from troop side. And when you get into a fierce fight, you can claim that you won a fight here or there. But when in the long, if it lasts too long, you can't keep getting into these fierce fighting. You can't keep getting into it because you're going to have casualties on both sides. And when you have casualties, you can't replace your men either. You talking about how Russia going to try to replace. Hell, Ukraine can't replace none of theirs. So how you going to keep sending weapons talking about sophisticated weapon. No, it ain't gonna work. See, you be lying. See, that's the line. I'm reading this Bangladeshi newspaper. Fierce fighting with Russian forces in eastern Ukraine. And this is up to date, the 22nd. East Kharkiv Mayor Oleg Senegal claimed in his telegram that Kyiv forces had recaptured 3 villages near the Russian border after heavy fighting. Heavy fighting. Our troops were able to divide the Russian army from Berzut, Slayton, and Prudjank, and they have also been able to strengthen their position. The fight between the two sides started on Friday morning, claiming that Russian troops had attacked civilian installations, killing 2, and invading the locals to go out. Sergei Giryov, mayor of the Luhansk region beside Kharkiv, said heavy fighting was taking place. There was a 24-hour gun battle between the two sides. The Russian army continued to attack the cities of Rubin and Severodonetsk. He advised people to leave the area if there was an opportunity. And then the troops are trying to attack. See, every damn way you look, the Russians are trying to attack. The Russians just attacking all over the place. And see, when you trying to give supplies, you ain't fooling nobody. You getting into all these fierce fighting, getting into all these firefights, and you trying to resupply your troops. See, this is like I've been saying. See, this is the reason why I've been constantly stressing. Don't let the Ukrainians get those weapons. Do not let the Ukrainians get any weapons from the United States, and do not let the Ukrainians get any weapons from NATO. This is the reason why. That's the very reason why. Fierce fighting. You got the Russians attacking. See, this is what, see, you don't even see the strategy in attacks. You just claiming some little spot where Ukrainians may have got into a firefight, and it may have been 2 Russian soldiers. You know what I'm saying? But look, you ain't even paying attention to how the Russians are attacking all these locations, and you trying to make it sound like you got into one little battle, one little firefight, and you trying to claim you won something. Oh no, you don't fool Eric. You don't fool Eric. You don't fool Eric. Eric not fooled by that. No. And by the east and the south being a little closer to Russia, the supply line a little bit closer. See, I want you to hear this. I'm on the same page. But Reuters said the focus of Russian current offensive is the Donbass area. There are Moscow-backed separatists, backed separatists have occupied parts for years. Man, my throat getting dry. Excuse me. It says the governor of Kharkiv claimed that there were casualties in the massive attack by Russian forces. See, that's all. Yeah, that's the point I want to make. That's the most important thing. When you see something talking about some fierce fighting, you don't never let that stuff you don't know. You don't never hear that. Cause when you have fight, you're gonna have casualties. You're gonna have casualties on both sides. You can't never really just claim no victory. No. You got fierce fighting. That was one of them Bangladeshi newspapers. Man, what time is it? I might have to end this thing, man. Then I'll come back in my next video and go around the world with the newspaper. Yeah, I know it looked like it's a little long, but I was fooling around. I was going into these newspapers from around the world. See, we have one of the biggest topics here in the United States right now, not just the war, but this stuff on the border. I think they was talking about the drug cartels or something, talking about some kind of drug called fentanyl or something. The drug cartel, you got all these people. But I just ask a simple question. Why is so many people come across the border? Because they're not just coming from Mexico. They got this caravan, and you got people coming from Central America, South America, and our nation. They sitting up here trying to talk about the border, but why is it that you don't say, like, to address the issue, like what's going on? Just like you got all the Ukrainians coming to America. You got a lot of Ukrainians who are coming to America doing the same thing. To seeking asylum here in America. So you ain't got to ask the question, why are these Ukrainians? Who are these Ukrainians? They're seeking asylum here because there's a war in their country. There's a war going on in their country, so they are seeking asylum in our country as well as other countries. Because there's a war going on in their country. So if you got a lot of people coming across the border, what's going on? Is it a war somewhere? Is it a war in Mexico? Is it a war in Central America? Is it a war in South America? Is it a war in the Caribbean somewhere? Is it some type of economic disaster? Is it a famine? Is there some type of natural disaster? Like the earthquake that happened in Haiti, where the people had to, get some help. They need some help. They need somewhere to go. There was a very bad earthquake in Haiti, and the people in Haiti needed somewhere to go. So they can come here in the United States of America. And other some stuff happened in other parts of the Caribbean. Hurricane came through there, and the people need some help. And so you don't hear no about in the Democratic and Republican Party, like there's this going on or that is going on in places around Mexico, Central America, South America, the Caribbean. So as a government, we're going to try to address it. No, you don't even hear nobody saying no. You know what they talking about? The only thing they talking about is how long it's taking the process. That's the only thing they talking about. It just takes too damn long to process all these people coming across the border. Because there's a surge, because some type of Title 42, some type of part of some kind of law, and it's going to be, but still, you ain't even talking about, like, is there an earthquake somewhere? Did a hurricane hit Mexico or something? The natural disaster? What's going on there? So many people are continually, I'm talking about, it's not just like close to Mexico being close and something happened in Mexico and then there's this group, there's the Mexican people trying to seek refuge here. No, it's all day, every day, 24 hours a day, people coming across the rivers and, and people coming from Central America, South America, the Caribbean. What the hell is going on? What's going on? Outside the United States, what's going on? Like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and end my video. Then I'm gonna come back on my other video. We're gonna continue to get with the newspaper from around the world. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Oh, they thought all the sohos and the fat bitches, the sorority. Oh yeah, they thought they had done. They thought they were doing. They thought they had done something, and they thought they were doing something. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Oh yeah. See, like I said, in the past, some years ago, when I wasn't, like my videos, saying look different then. But see, I was doing things in the past because I knew that the sorority and the fraternity, the sohos and the frat bitches was walking around, and I knew you was gonna try to lie. Oh, that ain't what I'm doing. That ain't what I'm doing. I was already on to you. I already know. I'm already on to you. Then had the nerve talking about some damn nag on my library. Some damn homosexuals and lesbians. That's all you hear. That's all you talking about. Some homosexuals and lesbians. That's all you talking about, man. They just go on and on and on. I'm talking about, man, you see, they just go on and on and on, talking about the same stuff over and over and over. Homosexual and lesbians. I'm not going to mention. I'm not going to even get into the sport thing. Oh, the Memphis Grizzlies played last night against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Huh? They got a new football league, the United States Football League. Say what? What about the Memphis Grizzlies? They got the Talladega race car. Anyway, it's Easter. Like I said, it's Earth Day. Earth Day for everybody. Earth Day, and also, even though last weekend was the Easter Roman Catholic weekend, last weekend, and this weekend, Orthodox Catholics have, Orthodox Catholics have Easter this weekend. Eastern Orthodox, and Easter. So happy Easter to all the Orthodox Catholics celebrating Easter. I'm going to go ahead and end today's video. Again, my name is Eric D. Johnson, also known BrightShine Day, right here in the city of Memphis, in the county, city, state of Tennessee. Thank all my family, my support for your continued encouragement, support, and take care of yourself. And then take care of yourself and wish each and one of you the very best.